me pop out this other chat. Oh, really, Ethan? Wait, isn't that the new company? You are bad luck. What are you doing here, man? Get out! I'm kidding. I don't have favorites. I don't do that. They are not sports teams. Yeah, exactly. I don't think you can make that promise. Actually, we'll leave T3 stack open, because we'll take a screenshot of that. There was also T3 ENV as a thing. Does it take us to there? No, it takes us to here. Cool. Alrighty. Let me check on Discord. We gaming tonight. And cool. Alright, so no sign from the friends. Was he talking about the full-on stack, or was he talking about the ENV part? They're different things. But yeah, Joshua Goldberg's awesome. Is he still going? The whole stack? Yeah, so the ENV thing used to be part of the stack, and then they pulled it out into a separate thing, it looks like. Which is cool. Hugely useful. Alright, so, who here is dead set on seeing some Rust immediately, or should I hack on my slides just a bit more? Because this is basically where we left with some of the Geller stuff. And then ESLint details, we hammered out some of that. I got the selectors thing in there. Man, I kind of just need the citations. So yeah, I got some fine-tuning to do of, like, you know, things are stacking incorrectly. That's easy enough. We could do a poll. I think at the end of the day we need to, or not end of the day, at the moment, we can shuffle this over and look at the Rust client for a bit. Anyone here actually do Rust? How about that? And hold on, what do you love, Vanix? Oh, you're saying just this? Like the navigation? Oh, that's just, that's not anything I did. That's just Reveal.js. That's just a framework for presentations. So yeah, I didn't come up with the framework for this. That's just Reveal.js. I'm not stacking things right, so I gotta figure that part out. Yeah, so our big issue here is we're dealing with a bunch of points where it's like, hey man, have you tried using a reference or whatever? This one has the index mut thing. So I think, yeah, we need to look into the index mut thing. Dorama Sands, it's even better. Okay. So there's just something I gotta do about how I define the hash map in the first place, right? So it's flag groups. Where am I defining flag groups? It is right here, and we're just doing hash map new, but it knows what the type is. Hold up. Where the fuck is random state coming from? So I'm wondering, is the issue because... I mean, no, my hair doesn't grow that fast. I cut my hair about once a year. It'll get to the point we had it in about 10 months. With most likely this island getting smaller and smaller. Thanks, Rashid. Yeah. I just like him because I'm lazy. And branding, come on, merchandising, merchandising. We'll just throw this out there. Anyone that could throw a lurk over on the other thing? Yeah, the random state seemed weird. Why is that even there? Why? I don't get it. Why? Random state. Yeah, I'm not sure how that random state gets there even. But yeah, I think at some point for the beanies, I'd like to start making some beanies and sell those. Right? Get some custom branding on it. No big deal. Oh yeah, but what I was saying is if you could go throw a lurk on the other thing, I'd really appreciate you. Thank you. People over there, thank you. What, for the beanies? No, it'll be a Mr. Sir beanie. Duh. We'll just say Mr. Sir right there on the label. Boom, nailed it. I don't know what you're talking about, Ecstasy. Yeah, totally. So it's just flag groups. And it's and mute self right there. So that we can do the mutability, right? If I do that, it still complains, and it would say that now we need the mute part, right? Well, no, we added mute, and it's not yelling about that. Probably not ecstasy. And hey, how you doing, Shaminator? Ah, thank you, thank you. You found the other thing. Toml is like YAML. It's a markup language. Right? Used for a lot of configuration. It supports some things that you definitely can't do as easily with JSON, but it's also not nearly as finicky as YAML. Do I have that article? Okay, so YAML, horror. No, that's not it. There's definitely an article like pointing out so many of the problems with parsing YAML. The YAML document from hell. This is the one. Yep. Yeah. So there's all sorts of things that can go wrong with it. In fact, there's an entire website dedicated to picking one of the 63 different multi-line string syntaxes. So there are 5, 6, 9, or 63, depending on how you count, different ways to write multi-line strings in YAML. So they got the caret, they got this, right? They got that, they got block scalar, block styles with block chomping indicator, they got flow scalar styles, block styles with indentation indicators, right? Good luck. Like, holy shit, man. Good luck. So, yeah. Yeah, the YAML document from hell. I'm keeping that one around. It needs to stay in the archive. Yeah, so this is why YAML is such an issue, right? Yeah, so JSON's so obvious. Douglas Crockford claims to have discovered it, not invented it, right? Meanwhile, the change from YAML 1.21 to 1.22, on the other hand, was a multi-year effort by a team of experts. So here's one. You get 2222, 8080, and 443, 443. Well, it turns out numbers from 0 to 59 separated by colons are sexagesimal number literals, which means it becomes 1342. Depending on the version of your parser. So it was in 1.1, was not in 1.2. Right? 1.2 isn't more than 10 years old. You'd think it's widely supported, but nope. Definitely not. PyYAML itself supports 1.1. Yeah, it's a crazy word, isn't it? But base 60 is what it means. So yeah, right? There's so many things that get real crazy in here. Because, yeah, star is an alias. So then here, exclamation point get. Well, hold on. Depends on the parser. An element starting with exclamation point is a tag in the 1.2.2 spec. intended to enable a parser to convert the fairly limited YAML data types into richer types that might exist in the host language. So a tag starting with that is up to the parser to interpret, often by calling a constructor with the given name and providing it the value that follows the tag. So that means loading an untrusted YAML document is generally unsafe, because it could lead to arbitrary code execution. In Python, you can use safe load instead of just load. But yeah, like chaos. So what about the Norway problem? Yeah, geoblock regions. Yeah, no evaluates to false. Off, no, and N. But no capitalization. Like, dude, this is nightmare stuff. No worries, XT. Have a good one. Oh, really? NXC. Cool. Yeah, alert mode. Appreciate you. But, oh, it's a bit faster than Twitch now as far as the video feed goes. That's interesting, because it was delayed a bit. So cool. Hell yeah. Yeah, it used to have a bit of a delay. Yeah, so I'm glad we fixed that. Cool. Cool. Oh, hold on. I wanted to keep that around. And man, yeah, Daphne seems really cool. This seems like a language Primogen would really like. Like the ensures syntax in some of this. So this is a language called Daphne. The magic of it is, oh, right, it can actually compile your code to C#, Go, Python, Java, or JavaScript, which is crazy. But let's zoom in on it, if I can find it. Boom. So yeah, if you have this ensures, you can actually tell it, hey, y must be greater than or equal to 0, and it'll actually tell you a case in which, you know, a value of x gives you something that you're not expecting. Right? So it's about, at like build time, compile time, even editor time, you're evaluating the edge cases to this statement. Yeah, it's really cool. So it's like writing tests without having to write the test, because all you need to do is ensure that this test always meets that one constraint. The closure compiler? It's not quite the same thing. Right, it compiles and evaluates the JavaScript, but it's not nearly as robust. Like, it's not going to check the edge cases for you, right? It doesn't have the concept of a built-in, like, validation layer. Right? You end up writing your tests the same way you write your tests. Yeah, it does tree shaking and a whole bunch of that stuff, but it's still not doing the same thing, Nicola. Yeah. I believe for the longest time it was one of the best tree shakers out there, though, as far as like removing dead code. Right? Its dead code elimination was best in the business for a long time. I'm not sure if it's still that way. And what's up, G-Bone? Mister, sir. No, none of this is AI. It's all just programmatically driven. right? Like the Daphne thing, right? I mean, it's open source. You can go read how it's doing it. Yeah, it's about applying proofs to your code, right? Because most code is technically just math. I think that's a good way of looking at that. Okay. But yeah, I haven't used Daphne, so I don't know nearly enough about it. But there are lectures about it, such as the pre and post conditions. That was one of the things we were talking about, such as invariance, binary search, blah, blah, blah. It's kind of interesting. I'd love to use it at some point, just to try it out. But I don't know what we would make with it. But yeah, so we pasted that. But yeah, back to it. Adam, if you're still out there, what is the right move for this? With HashMap not being index set yet, I think we saw something over here about how to do it. This one's just saying I just gotta do let mut m. So it really is the entry part. Aha. So I could just call .getMut. So then what is Q here? To the value corresponding to the key. Oh. So I don't want getMut. Mate, thank you for the follow. And then it would be sets the value of the entry. Will it throw if it's defined? And then insert entry. Oh. What the fuck? Really? So then, or insert. So they hate that too, so I can't assign that. And that would definitely not be it, because this is just like a times equal. Yes, that's wrong. And I don't see like a setter. Ah, so it would be something like... Okay, so maybe try insert's the wrong one. Oh, so I just want insert. Okay. So yeah, just directly modifying it was no good unless I'm doing something small and naive, and they still hate it. Oh. So now this needs to be a mud. Alright, and then we're good? Okay. Cool. That's easy enough. Okay, so they consider borrowing that, and then group ID would have to be like a dot toString. And then this has to be cloned. Okay, so we're working through just some of these mutability issues. That's easy enough. So this one's heavy. Ah, no. So we just got to do that one, which should fix that. And then, yeah, we just got these type issues here. Really? I gotta borrow the number 0? Gross. Gross. Alright, and then last but not least, we got something here at the bottom. Alright, so what's going on here? Oh, and set flags, we need group ID. Yeah, this entire test is going to have to change. Oh, okay, so now we've gotten that one fixed. We need to go make sure that schedule type itself is declared the right way. And that just needs to be a pub. Yep. And now these are just warnings. I ain't afraid of no ghost. Yeah. I ain't afraid of no ghost. We are not reading the schedule yet, so we need to. And that's something that needs to happen inside of here. You know the best part? He recorded that the day before it was due. The women singing were ladies of the night that he had over. Right? The story behind it's even better, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty funny. I ain't afraid of no ghost. Exactly. It's classic. Alright. So yeah, we got some of this stuff to do. Yeah, we got way more logic to worry about for scheduling, and wherever we're doing like value.len greater than 0 or value greater than 0, those are all wrong. So we basically just filled in a bunch of blanks. The only one that's accurate is actually the toggle feature. Which is kind of fun. Damn right, you might as well go blast it. Be a whole lot cooler if you did. Let me post something over to a work channel. Alright, cool. Had to report an error for work. And yeah, again, if anyone wants to lurk on the other thing, I'd really appreciate it. It really helps me out. Right? We've added something like 50 watch hours over the past bit, which is more than half of the watch hours I already had. So yeah, really useful. I would appreciate it so much. And real quick, Herr Hira, thank you for the follow. I don't know if I said that right, but I'll probably just start saying Hira. And yeah, no worries, G-Bone, Mr. Sir. Appreciate the lurk. Okay, so we've knocked out at least the trickiest parts of what we're doing. I didn't understand the index mut thing, but doing direct hash map access of assigning, no good. But reading, we're good. It's just YouTube. Tech content's really terrible over on Kick anyway, so whatever. I'm not trying to do that one at all yet. All right. So, we're going to do a slight context switch here in a second. And man, yeah, this syntax is crazy to me. But yeah, we're going to do a quick context switch. And hammer out some of the nicer bits of this presentation real quick. Yeah, I have to fix this every time. Alright, so we're doing the copy, we're doing the watch. You know what I'm gonna do real quick? I know that we have other presentations we've done lately that work. I just need to go look at them. And yeah, we'll jump back to the Rust here in just a second. Alright, let's try it again. Yeah, looks like we're good. And yeah, what you up to, 404? Alright, so yeah, I think the using ASTs can go away. Oh, and that was the bug there. That should have been that. Yep, so we forgot that at the bottom of that one. We got it for how. Crickets chirping. Yeah, we'll have to fix that eventually. But here we go. So we prettied some things up. What is an AST? Describe a basic AST. What are they used for? Some of that stuff. Use cases specifically, such as compiling, transpiling, code analysis, editor tooling, right? When doing compiling, TS to JS, compilers in general, like C to assembly. Cool. I should outline pretty much all these too. Right, so ES6 to ES5. Babel. Good enough. Code analysis. And what up, Alexis? How you doing? All right, so then, yeah, code analysis, editor tooling. Yes, lint, sure. And then editor tooling, HTML biscuits. I'm sure there's some other good ones too. Syntax highlighting. Type annotations. Sure, that's another way. Yep. Cool. So we outlined those a bit. Transpiling, code analysis, editor tooling. Cool. Tools, TS, Unist. Got to dig into all these, sure. TS morph, tree sitter. Cool. So the current problem, env vars, right? Compile time, crickets chirping, link to ESLint issue, right? So solutions, right? Create T3 app, Geller, my thing. Oh, and no, ESLint totally could have done it. This is not an ESLint issue. I was thinking about the other thing I've used ASTs for, which is like the magic string finder, which is tougher. So yeah, we'll have to fine tune that slide. Right, solutions, there's create T3 app, there's Geller, my thing. I don't know, there's probably some other stuff, right? We show their version, we do some of that stuff, we show Geller. What about doing stuff with ESLint, right? Well, it's a different AST structure, sure. Use selectors instead of crawling the tree. What do those selectors end up looking like? And then finally, hey, here's the end of it. Cool. So we haven't done like a proper timing of this. Definitely need to get some screenshots and some of those things in here. The biggest part is we need puns. All right, these websites are the worst, but they do sometimes have some good jokes. I already like it. Where's the best place for a horse to grow up? In a stable environment. Right, we can replace Greta Thunberg, right? Don't want to like call someone out specifically, but yeah. Why don't environmentalists like to eat Italian food? Because they're trying to decrease their carbonara footprint. Oof, some of these are gnarly. So how did little Johnny know that he had just done his part to help the environment? He unplugged 6 electric vehicles that no one was using. Some of these are really bad. Like, oh man. Some of these are awful. Some of these are not great. But we got at least a few of these that we can do. Okay, yeah, we got a few of these. All right, let's do it. I like the horse one. We don't know the order we're going to put them in yet. Oh, an intro, protecting the environment variables. Who am I? Streamer. Twitch streamer. Senior front-end engineer. Sure. At Fairwinds. Boom. Twitch streamer. Lazy YouTuber. And hold on, any recommendations on a course for TypeScript? Like, so you understand JavaScript in a clean way there, Alexis? If so, Total TypeScript by Matt Pocock is probably the one. I have not used it myself, but I've heard good things, and he's, from all I've seen, pretty legit dude. So yeah, Alexis, hope you're still out there. Didn't mean to ignore you. Just took me a second. It's like he's smoking weed or something. And if they left already, well, then they don't deserve this nugget of knowledge anyway. Too bad. All right, so senior front-end engineer at Fairwinds, Twitch streamer, lazy YouTuber. It used to be Google Domains, and now I'm trying to find something else. So I'm thinking Pork Bun seems nice. Gandhi is what Amazon uses. Both are probably fine. Yeah, Gandhi.net or Pork Bun are probably the ones. Cloudflare is also quite nice. I forgot about Cloudflare. They're somewhat newer to the game. One thing is they don't have .dev domains. So yeah, Cloudflare domains is a thing. I've heard really good stuff. I haven't used them yet, so I don't know. But they don't have .dev. Which is kind of, if you have a .dev domain, you might put it somewhere else, but other places are probably fine. You'd like to have a deeper approach? I think that book is totally what you're looking for. Oops, wrong place. I think this is exactly what you want. It goes extremely deep. It's not as simple as just this part. He's just pointing out some of the simplest stuff. So yeah, this goes into a very deep approach. It's probably all you need. Now, the fact that this is expensive is pretty gnarly. Pretty gnarly. But it does include workshops and some other stuff. Here's the thing. If you work for a company, I'd try and have your company pay for it. That would probably be more useful. For a company, this is worth it. Especially if you can amortize it over everyone's like budgets, etc. But at the end of the day, think about it this way. How much do you value your time? How many hours do you think you would spend teaching yourself a bunch of this stuff through trial and error and other things? I know there are free tutorials, but this probably goes into such a deep aspect of some of these things that, I don't know. So at some point, you do have to think about how much your time is worth. How much time do you want to spend trying to find free tutorials, things like that? But if you're a newer developer that is less familiar with JavaScript yet already, then I'd just learn JavaScript first and sprinkle on some TypeScript when you need it. You don't need to be as deeply involved with TypeScript like this until you're ready to start doing some of those like TypeScript challenges. I believe this is the one that Trash Dev uses, right? So maybe instead you just teach yourself TypeScript and go through some of these tutorials. And then if it's really proving to be too much work and effort, like, yeah, maybe that $590 looks a little more attractive. Up to you, not sure. No one can make that decision for you. If you have a company willing to pay for any of this stuff, just make them pay for it. Looks like there's some other like things here too, like TS tool belt, utility types, simply typed, etc. Of course, no. I find that a bit exploitative. I would probably do one of the front-end masters things if they invite me, but as far as like making a course that I charge people money for and I'm directly like profiting, nah. Right? Nah. It just seems exploitative. I don't like that. Yeah, Primogen has a bunch of courses on front-end masters. Glasses from Alt F4 has a course on there too. Super nifty. I would probably do something for them if they approached me and actually wanted to know about it and blah, blah, blah. Maybe something to do with like abstract syntax trees could make a lot of sense. Hey, let's build out our own syntax highlighter or whatever. Sure, why not? I think at this point, with a lot of the tools and stuff I've made lately, ASTs make a lot of sense, which is why I'm giving a talk about it at Seattle.js tomorrow. No, hell no. Nope, not at all. Prime actually cares about performance. I don't. I know that the Rust compiler is smart enough to save me from myself for a lot of stuff, and it's going to be fast enough for a while, but I don't give a shit about absolute performance. You will pretty much never see me use a pointer or a ref unless it really forces me to. I'm not going to opt into a ref without the compiler telling me to use one, because I just don't care. I don't care about pointers. You'll never see me do unsafe. You know, I don't mind doing a for each instead of a for loop. I just don't give a shit. Right? Because we have different constraints. We have different problems we're trying to solve. I mean, Han, that's just not true. You do it at access as well, not just assignment and binding. Right? That's not an assignment, it's not a binding, it's access. Right? So accessors have the same issue, right? I'm using Rust to make a library so that people can use my feature flag system in their Rust code base, right? This is a dev tool. And the thing that I'm building doesn't require absolute performance in any way. The memory footprint is minimal. It's not a big deal. And when did I learn Rust? 2016? Yes, Adam, I'm building out an SDK in all of these languages. I've already built the SDK in all of these languages. I'm now doing the next iteration, which is the version 1.x branch, which has a whole bunch of changes and things that we gotta update. Right? Basically, our entire schema has been updated, and we have to adapt all of these client SDKs to consume the new schema. First language I learned? Oh, I don't know, man. Besides HTML, ActionScript. But then, keep in mind, learnt is a very fuzzy term. I didn't know how to use loops. I knew how to copy and paste a loop. No, it's not that much work. We've already done it, you know? And once I establish the patterns for consuming our schema in some of these like stricter languages, then we're good to go. A little bit MK Slug. Like most of my language learning is looking at existing example code and like docs for the libraries I knew I needed to use. So most of my learning about how to use Rust in any way was just using Rust and then looking at the docs for Iron Router. Is this even it? No. Wrong thing. I thought it was Rust. Yeah, iron/router. There it is. So yeah, you know. I understood enough about how servers are made to get what I needed from this, if that makes sense. So, Go, Rust, Elixir, even some Swift, and I know I started with some other language too. I have written the server-side portion of Proficientim in all those languages, and I used Proficientim as the API implementation to learn all those languages, because it checks a bunch of boxes. I need to make an HTTP request somewhere. I need a router of some kind for multiple endpoints. I need to store data in Redis. I need to do a whois lookup. I need to, like, you know, we mentioned fetching data, but the data I fetch is JSON from one API and XML from another. I need to figure out how to fetch those two things concurrently so that we're not doing a waterfall of them. Like, it's checking a lot of boxes of what an API needs to do. So if I can do all those things with a language, I consider myself good enough to figure out what else I need. You know, oh, do I need Postgres? Sure, I'll just go find some adapter. I recommend having a tool that you treat as almost like a code kata, to where when you're going to remake it in other languages, you're not figuring out the business decisions of what needs to happen. You just need to figure out how. right? Just the syntax for that language rather than the steps that need to happen, because the steps are already lined out. You've already done that. I recommend having a project that works for you, that you enjoy rebuilding in various different languages to understand the ecosystem of libraries and such for it, and build that thing out, because you're no longer making business decisions. You're just solving, like, you're just painting within the lines, right? Just drawing within the lines. Rather than having to draw the lines first. Does that make sense? It's almost like someone's to-do app, except I did it for things that I specifically wanted to be able to do, right? I don't care about the UI of a to-do app. I care about, like, the data fetching of a backend language. Thank you, Diz. All right, so let's get some of these jokes in real quick. And we need an image for it. Horse laughing GIF. You're doing Mern, got so many people telling you they hate you. Just because they're hating on some tech. It's like, dude, just build it out with some Mern stack first, and then rebuild the back end with something else as long as you maintain the API. It doesn't matter what the back end was made with, right? At all. So the Express, the Mongo, that can get replaced under the hood as long as your front end is consuming the same JSON API. As long as the contract is maintained between them, your back end can be refactored from language to language, etc. No big deal. It's a very good practice to get into. There we go. All right, save image as. And hold on, Just Coder. Am I saying completing that taught me those skills? So I had written the original in Node.js and Express because I was already familiar with JavaScript and TypeScript and all that stuff, right? I think just JavaScript at the time. But the gist is, I had already done the heavy lifting of figuring out what the API needed to do, what the endpoints were going to be, what schema they would reply with, and what data I could send to it for, you know, like request params. So all of that, like figuring out the business concerns of the thing was easy, and then it was just about gluing the things together to solve those business concerns. If you've already done the app once, rebuilding it is easier. So that's the key, Just Coder. Make sure you've built it out in a language you're familiar with first, and then rebuild it in languages you're not familiar with. Mm-hmm. All right, so we go to repos here. I did that in the wrong place. We can go rename it though, and that'll be easy. goes in there. All right, so let's look at our slides. Hold on, we got a build issue. All right, let's start that back up. And what up, Mirkovic? How you doing? And yeah, Fingers, thank you for that follow. JJ, thank you as well. I think I missed that one. My bad. I am doing well. We're working on this presentation. Is it stacking? All right, so yeah, where's the best place for a horse to grow up? In a stable environment. Yeah, just to understand your code better. Yeah, it's a good point there, Dizrati. And when you say MD, are you asking what MD is? MD is Markdown. Yeah, thank you. Is this on GitHub? I don't think I've pushed it up yet. We just started building it yesterday, but I'll probably push it up at some point today. We'll definitely do like a practice run through. That way I can see if there's any questions y'all have, etc. I want to make sure I fill in some of the blanks though. So that's what we're doing right now. So I can have the blanks filled in enough to give a reasonable rendition of the talk. Thanks, Mirkovic. That's the fireworks. Yeah, for sure. All right, let's pour another beverage. We chillin'. Hold on, I gotta paste something over here. I am not part of the channel that he just asked me to do. Okay, sorry. Let me reply to work real quick. Okay. Woo! Glad there wasn't anything in there. For what is this presentation? This presentation is going on YouTube when it's done? No, I'll actually just record like a proper video about it for YouTube. Yeah, like the YouTube video will probably have references to a bunch of other projects, and I'll probably do like a separate video specifically about like, you know, Geller and some of the other like AST tools I've made, right? Each tool will have its own video, but I'll mention them within like an initial video about ASTs. But yeah, as far as this presentation, not this in like its entirety. My presentation is tomorrow at Seattle.js. I know. Procrastinate? I haven't even begun to procrastinate yet. But yeah, I actually have another YouTube video about macros in JavaScript and TypeScript. And that video I'm really looking forward to as well. I'm really, like, it's recorded. I'm going to have to rewatch all of it, like, you know, after the recording. Like, I haven't watched it yet. But I need to actually, like, watch the clips, make sure I'm, like, speaking correctly. Because I definitely, you know, I could have a few moments in which I maybe, like, misspoke and I got to go re-record it or something. But then once I, like, finalize that I'm okay with, like, the speaking part, then I'll just edit it together. And it's about a 10-minute long video so far without, like, too much editing. So we'll see. It'll probably, like, knock itself down to, like maybe 8 or 9 minutes, but yeah. I think a good video just about macros in TypeScript and JavaScript is kind of a good idea. Much time to do the editing of the video? It depends. Like, there's certain videos that go real quick because I've already, like, figured out some of the titling and some of those things. Right? So figuring out the titling and, like, what I want to call it, maybe some, like, the music or something. That'd be cool. The one about side projects. Yeah, thanks, JustCoder. Yeah, I definitely have some more, like, fuzzy, you know, like, softer side of software dev ones. I definitely want to do that, too. But I don't want to release them all, like, back-to-back. How will the slides show? Just like this. So it renders out to static HTML that I'm going to host up on GitHub pages. If you go to my GitHub right now and type in presentation in, like, the search of repos, everything that starts with presentation dash, you can see the same way. So yeah, GitHub pages is awesome. Yep. And yeah, hold on. Sorry, I didn't want to miss that. So you like how I take my time, cool, calm-headed, enjoying, right? You move so fast on your computer that you end up getting stressed out and burnout. Been suffering from depression and anxiety. Watching streams kind of rekindles the love for programming. Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, no worries. I think that's actually something that's tough because, like, that stress of how quick you got to move on your own projects, that's self-imposed. No one's doing that to you. So yeah, it's one of those things that sometimes you just got to take a breath, get up, walk away, do some dishes, come on back. Right? I think the big thing I like to really, like, advertise as the way my thought process works is this is like weaponized diffuse thinking. Right? So if you're not aware of that, there's focused thought and diffuse thought. Diffuse thought is shower thoughts, things that happen when you're not even focusing on it and your brain's just like, oh, hey, we had a moment? Yeah, that thing that you were thinking about yesterday? Yeah, we got a thought. Right? So weaponizing your diffuse thought process is huge. one of the easiest ways is to never leave on a win when you're done coding for the day. Leave on a bug. Leave on a thing that you'd just love to tackle in the morning, right? That you just don't understand. Because your background thought process will be kicking whether you like it or not. While you're trying to go to sleep, while you're waking up in the morning, while you're taking your shower, all that stuff. So I think that's a big part. Don't worry too much about everything being focused thought. Let your background brain kick in. We've done it here a lot. Where, you know, I'm just like, I don't get what the issue is. Ugh. And I just don't touch it. I don't look at any of my code off stream. Nah. Because I feel like that would be disingenuous. For me to, like, deal with a bug and then, like, solve it offline, it's so hand-wavy, right? It's like those cooking shows where it's like, and then we just give it a minute and pull it out of the oven. Haha, all cooked and ready. You jerks, you did that beforehand. That's not even the same ingredients. Like, you know? So, yeah. Yeah, it happens all the time, though. I'll leave on a bug, I'll come back and be like, hey, so I was thinking, just randomly while I was playing games last night, this is the way we gotta fix this. And then bim bam boom, bug fixed, we move on, and we try and end another stream on another bug, or another issue, or another thing I want to stew over and really just think about. I don't want to make a decision yet. You don't have to make a decision yet. Give yourself some time, make the decision later. Baez, thank you for the follow. So I did some mining off camera, and it's like an entirely new environment, right? Like, oh yeah, I hate it so much. So yeah. Yeah, I really, really don't like working on things off camera that, you know, I could have just done on camera. So, yep. All right, so let me refresh this. Let's look. Who am I? Where's the best place for a horse to grow up in a stable environment? What is an AST? All right, we probably need to fill in what basic ASTs are, what they're for, that kind of thing. Ooh, hold on. Yeah, so I can get rid of those dashes at the end now. Yeah, just let the mental state change, for sure. So keep in mind, it's just so you can like Google it easier, it's diffuse as in like how light is diffused through a prism. Whereas like defuse is disarming a bomb. Just so you can like do your own like searching later, that kind of thing. Just want to make sure you're aware. We knew what you meant, that's all. But you're gonna come up with way different search results if you type that one differently. Maybe Google's smart enough to fix it for you, but I don't know. All right, so we need some more jokes on here. Jokes and jokes and jokes. So the one we grabbed first, the horse one. If you see another good one, I think I like the carbonara one. We're gonna change the whole Greta part because that's fine. But yeah, after the intro. puns for the most part. Dad jokes. All right, we need an image for this one. This one doesn't look too bad. There you go. That one's solid. That works for me. That one's good. I don't even know if it's carbonara. Close enough though, right? Who's gonna question it? I don't actually know what makes a good carbonara. We'll get them both. Why not? Oh, that one's super good too, though. No, that one's great. We're doing carbonara 3. Maybe we just need to find another pasta pun. Alright, so here we go. The next puns. Which ones are like good and short enough that it makes sense? Jesus, some of these are harsh. Gross. Like, not ideal. I like this one. That one's not bad. I really like this one. We just can't use it though. Did you know what would happen if you were to print out every single page on the internet and stack them all one on top of the other? Environmentalists would go fucking nuts. I love it. That one's so good. Oh shit, that's my favorite one so far. Oh, that one's so good. Don't trust atoms, they make up everything. There you go. Oh, the habitat. I like the habitat. We'll create a new, and we'll just throw it into outline maybe. All right, so there's one. Icon has dad joke? Yeah, 1 second. Sorry, 78. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I can look that one up here in a second, too. Okay, so that one's not bad. The great are good. Yeah, I'll check that one out here in a minute. Yeah. Oh God, Jesus. This one took me a second to read. So why was the old man sick and tired of people telling him to turn off lights to save the environment? Well, he tried it once and he killed a cyclist. That one's harsh. Oh, this one's good. What is an environmentalist's favorite comedian? Amy Schumer, because she recycles all her jokes. Nailed it. They need to be short enough. That one's not bad. Hold on. That one's pretty good. How much do you care about the environment? Or how much do I care about the environment? Even the bags under my eyes are reusable. Right? That one's not bad. All right, so you said Icon has dad joke? I like it. Oh, this one's good already. Yeah, I like it. Hold on, this one here. Did you hear about the cheese who saved the world? It was legendary. It's not great. But it's not bad. So it's just dad jokes. You can't do it for like environmentalism. Maybe you can search. It's only 700 jokes. Yeah. It's a good API, but man. I love these, by the way. This is super good. Woo! Okay. I love it. Thank you. But yeah, they're not quite on brand. Oh, it's a shame too, because they're pretty good. Alright, let's see a couple more. Boom. Alright. That one's good. There you go, MK Slug. That one's not bad, actually. So organic is only for young people. At my age, I rely on every preservative I can get. That one's not bad. It's not great. It's not bad. Some of these are just awful. The term bio comes from Latin and is translated to 2 euros more expensive. Organic farmers always claim good grass makes good milk, as if cows would smoke pot. All right. There's a reason that one stood out to me. We'll figure it out one of these days. I think that one's not bad. Damn, MK Slug. Yeah, some of these are really bad. No, take it easy there, Former. These are just bad jokes. Don't read into them. Like, some of them are awful jokes. Just terrible. Alright, that one's good. That one nailed it. That one nailed it. In 10 minutes? Damn, Ecstasy, that sucks. Dude, these were just awful. Terrible jokes. Environmental puns. So these are just like the memes, and I'm good on it. No thanks. We've probably got enough too, right? Like this one we can definitely do. Right, so we'll put that one on, hold on. I think that one's the last one. So Ecstasy, I don't know if you're aware, when I do my presentations, I typically throw puns in as like a spacer between like the more dense technical content I talk about. So like it's just a good like transition to the next topic usually. Right? I'm already like abruptly ending a column. I might as well give us a quick little like breather and then bam. All right, so now we need a GIF. Laughing soldier. All right, we'll do that one maybe. I don't think recycling soldier is going to give us much. Yeah. Bow down before Recyclops. Okay, so that one could be used for something, right? Alright, I think we're good. Save image as. This is Laughing Soldier. This one will be Recyclops. Yeah, we'll save this one too, just in case. All right, so boom. Let's keep going. So we got intro there. We got oh, this needed to be just carbonara. All right, so then number 3 needs one. Yeah, I think the cheese one, nah. I think that one's fine. You like the last one? That was not bad. Never deliberately. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'll do the habitat one. I think that's fine. Yeah, I like that one too. Yeah, we just need to rephrase that one a bit. Okay, so this one would be Giphy.com Hobbit laughing. That's the one. Hobbits. Alright, so yeah, we're running out of these. We only got 2 more we need to do, though. So it's getting close. People ask me how much of an environmentalist I am. Even the bags under my eyes are reusable. Yeah, exactly, Odatnerd. Oh, and let's get rid of that. All right, so there you go, MK Slug. That's not bad. So yeah, this talk is about Geller and using ASTs to check to see if there are environment variables that we could, you know, do some stuff for. And I do want to throw this out there. Anyone that would like to throw a lurk over on the Red platform, I'd really appreciate it. This is already massive. Like, the average view duration is huge right now. I appreciate all y'all. Like, this is awesome. Thank you so much. All right, so, Tired eyes? Yeah, we'll do that here in a sec. It's probably a good one. I don't want to dig into it too much here there, MK. If you want to ask me about it over on the other stream later, feel free. But I don't want to dig into, you know, shouting it out too hard. Yeah, we can chat about it later, for sure. Eye bags? Nah. I think this one with the dude pointing at it is all we got. Hey, what's up, astronaut? How you doing? No worries, Ecstasy. Yeah, see you soon. Nope. Alright, I'll just do this one. If we need to come up with another, we can. And what up, Harry? How you doing? No, we'll be doing more Rust here. We got to a good, like, stopping point. Oh. right, sorry, coworker wanted me to rerun a build from scratch. Cool. All right, anyway. Where's the pizza hoodie? I have a bunch of hoodies, man. It's the cat hoodie today. All right, and then last but not least, right, we did the problem one, solution, we got more. So now it's just, yeah, solution. Okay. What up, Nate Codes? How you doing, Mr. Sir? What are you up to? There is not a beanie hoodie. A hoodie beanie would be interesting. Mr. Sir. Yeah, how you doing? Oh, Nate, hold on. We got this pun in our presentation. I think you'll love it. What is the most environmentally friendly video game? Call of Duty. It gets recycled every year. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, we're at about the point where I could do like a BS rendition. But I don't think I have everything filled out with all, like, the examples yet. But I can at least, like, talk through it if you guys want to see, like, a demo run-through of this. We're just doing the pun situation, because that's important. And yeah, what were you up to today, Nate? Yeah, I think NeoVim setup and test. Sweet. How far did you get? It's okay, that means you got plenty of room for more. All right, yeah, we could do Beavis and Butthead. That one's not bad either. Need to get capture card running, and that required a reboot, so you never actually hooked up the Mac, but you did fix your WSL a bit. All you hope to never have to use that again. Yeah, sounds about right. Oh, got iPhone webcam set up, fixed lighting setup, spent 20 minutes muted, you know, the usual. Yeah. How do you like the iPhone webcam setup? I'm curious about that. Like, everyone that was watching, pretty good quality? I assume with good lighting, it's perfect? Because you're actually, like, you're going to be hard-pressed to see much better quality without spending, like, hundreds on camera gear. Right? Like $1,000 on a good camera and lens, right? Which you can totally, like, not need until, you know, you care enough about streaming that you want to upgrade it. One thing we just found, open source capture card. Dude, this is super cool. Right? You won't be able to do 4K over this, right? That's going to be lame, right? So 4K is just too much over USB, because USB doesn't do the bandwidth properly. So 4K is definitely not something you want to do, but if you're doing HDMI and like just, you know, standard like 1080, then you're good to go. This will totally like nail it for you. And it's like $10 once you're done with all like the parts and shit. The time to put it together maybe costs something, but yeah. So yeah, pretty nifty. Very, very cool. And here's actually like the link. Okay, so you got a 4K 60 S Plus capture card for the Mac. Figuring out if you can combo that with continuity cam and OBS screen projection to get it all done. So wait, S Plus capture card? Is that like an Elgato? Is that like the Elgato 4K 60 or something? External capture card. But yeah, it's over video, or over HDMI, which is then over USB, and I don't think USB is going to be able to do the 4K. $4K 30 should be doable. So USB-C is just a port size. USB 3.1, 3.2 is what you're looking at. So you do want to make sure you're on USB 3. But I think 4K 60 is still not great. You're going to want to do 4K 30. Most people I've read that were doing 4K 60, even with the most expensive devices, are limited by the bandwidth of the USB still. So they'd get like choppy stuff. I'm not positive if 3.2 fixes that. I don't know. Not sure. Not verified. Exactly. Yeah. Like 1080 is probably just more useful anyway. I'm using a cam link right now to capture my 4K cam. So that's the thing. So yeah, the cam link does the job. Oh, as far as like edited video, oh, way better, Datnerd. Yeah, I'm lucky that my YouTube camera, at the very least, has like I can connect up a USB hard drive to it. So I really like my Blackmagic 6K, but yeah, that's like a $2,000 camera. So I would not recommend that for anybody unless you're trying to really invest. But yeah, I wanted to be able to do 4K stuff for YouTube. I didn't have this other camera yet. Probably didn't need to go as expensive as the Blackmagic, but I just decided to. Why not? And hey, what up, Ghost Dog? How you doing? Yeah, appreciate the lurk over there. Again, if anyone wants to leave a lurk on the red platform, that would be really cool. Be a whole lot cooler if you did. Damn right. And yeah, someone asked what this is. This is an open source, build it yourself HDMI capture card. The problem is you can't like mass produce this and sell it to people because then you would have to get HDMI licensing to do so, which is terrible, right? Just due to like the whole HDMI cartel. All right, so we are finishing up. Grabbing images for our talk. We'll give a quick run through of the talk. All right, so air guitar. Oh, I did 8 guitar, didn't I? Yeah. All right, so that's gonna be air guitar 2. All right, so you guys ready for a real quick... Oh, I could also do excellent here. Yeah, let's just do our talk. It'll be quick enough. I eventually need some screenshots of other things. Yeah, but we'll just do our talk, and we'll just do a quick practice run. Hope y'all enjoy it. Let's look at the timer. Let me get my notes going, actually. That way I can have a timer. Boom. All right, so here we are. Protecting the environment variables. So who am I? Senior front-end engineer at Fairwinds, Twitch streamer, lazy YouTuber. And before we dig into everything, I want to set the pace. We're going to enjoy some good environmental jokes. So where's the best place for a horse to grow up? A stable environment. So yeah, what is an AST, right? And actually... Yeah, the using ASTs thing probably needs to be in there. So, first off, what is an AST? An AST is an abstract syntax tree. And what we can think of the AST as is basically an example, or let's say a representation of the way the compiler understands your code, right? So we see an if statement and, you know, a block around it. The AST would represent that if statement as a special type of statement or identifier. And you could actually find every if statement within your application without doing regular expressions by crawling these nodes that make up what your source code actually is. So that if keyword is actually broken down into a symbol to represent what the if is actually doing, right? And what tool do I use? This is called Reveal.js. So here's a quick example, and I really need to fill in these blanks, but in this example we can see that, yeah, that if statement that I might show is totally broken down into an identifier, and it has children inside of the block after it, and that is where the content of that block is, and then it's just nodes all the way down. Every single bit of text and whatnot inside of your application, inside of your code, is actually just a node within the abstract syntax tree. So it's pretty cool. So what are they actually used for? And I'm going to dig into some of the nitty-gritty of how some of these things, you know, like, not how they work, but more like what they're doing, you know, the actual, like, techniques employed. But at the bare minimum, you've heard of these things. You've heard of Babel, Webpack, Typescript, ESLint. Tree Sitter, maybe you haven't heard of, but you probably should have, because it's pretty cool. And I'll dig into what it is here in a minute, right? So, why don't environmentalists eat Italian food? Because they're trying to decrease their carbonara footprint. All right, so why do we use ASTs, right? We saw what they can do, kind of, but let's dig into the use cases for them. Some of them are compiling your code, right? Like basically the way a compiler does everything under the hood. It uses the lexer and the parser to generate what is essentially the AST, or at least the thing that it could generate an AST from. Think about maybe transpiling, turning ES6 into ES5, much in the way that Babel does, right? Its actual older name used to be 6 to 5. And then think about maybe like code analysis, stuff like ESLint. We'll dig into their AST and how it's a little different, but they are using an abstract syntax tree to parse and deal with, linting your code and surfacing some of the issues that are maybe a common pattern. And that is static code analysis before the code's even run. It's just looking at the patterns of your code using the AST and understanding that, hey, sometimes you might run into an issue doing blank. And then finally, editor tooling. One of the simplest bits of editor tooling is syntax highlighting. And we'll dig into some of these, but yeah, let's go further. So when we're talking about compiling, that means in general for like TypeScript and JavaScript, yeah, compiling TypeScript into JavaScript, which is pretty cool. But also think about how the C compiler turns things into assembly. It still needs to understand the tree of what your syntax is in an abstract way and generate other code from it. So compiling code is essentially reading an AST or creating an AST from text and then taking that AST and turning it into other text. So then thinking about, transpiling, right? Babel. It was once known as ES6 to 5. The main gist is when we're using Babel to do some of this stuff, there may not be some feature of the language. Think like decorators and some other things. How do we actually make features that aren't available in ES5 available to ES5? Well, we would actually need to break it down into an abstract syntax tree and then have things that can convert what we have as a common set of patterns via like the new code and turn it into an older pattern. So could you do a find and replace and a whole bunch of textual substitution for it? Probably. But modifying the tree is a little more deterministic, right? A little easier to understand what's going on when regular expressions are just a nightmare. And then finally, but code analysis. We talked about ESLint. How does ESLint know that you haven't used or modified that variable that you're doing some stuff with? They look at the AST and they just check for that identifier actually being mutated in some way. It's pretty cool. All of the stuff ESLint does requires understanding the AST and how it relates to the rest of your code. And then finally, editor tooling, right? We mentioned syntax highlighting is the simplest thing that your editor is doing based upon the way it understands the abstract syntax tree. Now, there are tools that can do it with regular expressions. Those are inherently much slower than a tool that just parses your tree once. So regular expressions have to do a whole bunch of forward tracking and backtracking to understand what a piece of code is in relation to other code around it. Your tree just needs to look at it as its children or its parents and you're done. Or what type of node it is. So syntax highlighting in VS Code is usually done via the syntax tree that's given to you by VS Code itself. Which is kind of cool. And then finally, type annotations in editor tooling. Like when you go and hover over various parts of your code, how does it know what that variable was or is, right? Oh, that reference to foo. How does it know what the type of foo is? Well, it knows because it crawled the AST using the Typescript compiler and generated this AST that annotated what that type was of that variable. And now we have that reference to that variable within this scope. And we know it's always that type until it gets reassigned due to some maybe abstract syntax tree stuff. I know, this is all just, okay, pretty high level, right? Let's look at actually how we can do some of this stuff. And hold on, wait, did I forget a pun? I forgot a pun! Yikes. All right, so we'll have to fix that. So the how, right? How do you actually end up using ASTs to do all sorts of stuff with your code? The TypeScript, like compiler itself, is one of the easiest ways. They even ship with all the syntax kinds and like node types that you need to analyze and look at your code and check for what this thing is, all that stuff. So TypeScript is the easiest way so far in a lot of things that we're going to be doing day to day. There's also a universal syntax tree set of tools, and there's like another broadly applicable set of like syntax tree tools as well that aren't actually compatible with universal syntax tree, and it gets really muddy that way. But if you can use something that is Unist compatible, there's a whole bunch of utility functions around dealing with and manipulating the syntax tree that is created from Unist style tools. tsmorph actually consumes and uses the Unist style tree, but tsmorph is different from like the TypeScript compiler in that tsmorph is about like modifying code. Like if you want to do code mods, right? Imagine you have a framework and you want to automatically upgrade people from one version to the next. You could use an AST to modify the source code that way. tsmorph is a good tool to do that with, right? You can insert nodes, add nodes, modify nodes, do whatever you want, and boom, you've got a whole new tree. And then finally, tree sitter is a little more broadly applicable. Tree sitter is its own parser that comes with its own like parsers within it for each language that you might have to do. And it's like 40 plus, it's a whole bunch. If you use NeoVim, tree sitter is bundled with NeoVim in many cases, or it's a very easy install at least. In VS Code, you can actually use tree sitter because it has WASM support. So you can actually export most of the parsers for tree sitter into WASM binaries, and those WASM binaries are then shippable to VS Code and usable within a browser context, usable within a web context on the browser, all sorts of stuff. You could actually write in browser editors using AST stuff, using tree sitter right now. It's pretty cool. And I actually have a plugin that I've written that we're not going to talk too much about, but I have an extension for VS Code that uses tree sitter to decorate Rust, Go code, all sorts of stuff. And we're not going to dig too far into that. If you want to know more about it, maybe ask me after the talk, because this is more about a totally different tool that I made at one point. So yeah, let's look at the TS. It's literally just TypeScript. You import TypeScript, and I'll show you a snippet here at some point. Unist, here's some tools for it. And I probably should have done all of this explanation stuff on the individual things, right, rather than digging into them when it was just those four. So we're going to assume that I did split it up and I didn't talk nearly as long as the others, so we're just going to keep going. tsmorph, good for transformations, tree sitter, WASM output, etc. Boom. What kind of environment do hobbits live in? A habitat. So let's actually dig into the problem that I needed to solve using ASTs, right? The evaluation of environment variables. I think we've all been using Vercel or Vexilla or Netlify or Render, all these platforms that are very nice and easy. You just point it at your GitHub and it'll spin up and build everything for you, and it's awesome. But what if you forgot to define a process like .env or an environment variable within Vercel, Netlify, whatever? How do you know? In many cases, your build will not fail. It'll compile as if it was there, and you'll only find out you have an error at runtime. Or testing time, hopefully. But what if it's a function that maybe you're not testing that well yet? Maybe, you know, you did some unit testing and mocked some stuff and you're not even like evaluating that that thing wasn't there because your unit testing assumed it was there. Right? So there's plenty of cases in which you might have forgotten to define one of these variables, and there's multiple ways in which you might try and reference an env var. In React code, it would be process.env.react_something, right? You know, but in server-side code, such as some Express code, you might actually just destructure that process.env. In many of these cases, how do you make sure that it's actually there and available, right? Typically just at runtime. Functions, like server-side functions, will only fail when they're missing that env var. So if you have a very small marketing site you deployed to Vercel, and you've got a sign-up form on that page, well, yeah, the page, like the entire thing will compile and render just fine. But the moment a user goes to submit that form, it'll either silently fail and the user thinks they submitted, or they're going to get some error or not even be able to like submit it. Like, huge issue. So, yeah. What about at compile time? Well, as far as I know, There was not anything that tried to do this at compile time in the exact way I wanted to. We're going to dig into a tool that does their own thing that's quite cool, but I just wanted to point out that there are these issues with it, right? And the link to ESLint issue isn't relevant. That's a totally different thing. But yeah, as far as I could tell, there wasn't anything that did this at compile time. So, someone once asked me what I'm doing for the environment. A lot. Even the bags under my eyes are reusable. So let's look at some of the solutions. Create T3 app has a really cool way of establishing like full-on type safety. Like they can even do validation for you. They can check if the env var you wanted to be an email is actually an email, right? Which is very cool, very interesting. And then there's another tool I made called Geller. We'll dig into that. It's my thing. There's a link. I'll fix that here in a bit. So in the Create T3 app implementation, you would go and you would create env, right? Using env Next.js. And you would define what you need on the server, what you need on the client. From there, you would also then put the process.env.whatever into runtime env. But remember, you can't destructure these in a lot of implementations, right? So instead, you just have to call it exactly as is. And their docs even say so. But at the end of the day, oh man, no big deal. You can get type safety, you can actually validate these things, and this will actually run at compile time most of the time. I believe this will run when you're doing your build, but I'd have to verify that. At the bare minimum, this can run in your, end-to-end test, and it should fail out and everything's broken, right? So yeah, your usage would look something like this. You would do env.database URL instead of process.env.database URL, and you would actually know the type of this thing at like dev time. Right? So here's some thoughts about it though. It's really awesome for new projects in which you can enforce some rules and things like that. It's a lot harder to enforce for old projects, right? Because nothing is actually preventing a wild process.env instead of using your env wrapper. Right? Maybe you could do an ESLint rule to prevent that. That's totally a thing, but without extra steps, it's a lot harder to enforce this for older projects. Or larger teams. So that's actually what I'm trying to fix. I didn't want to have to like opt into an entire process of defining a wrapper around it, doing the validation for it. So I created Geller, which is inspired by Uri Geller, who's a famed self-proclaimed psychic. Is because this tool needs to predict a missing environment variable before it becomes an issue. I actually wanted to call it Agatha, like Agatha from Minority Report, but that ends up being a protected library on NPM that will never be allowed again because someone was doing some really like gross vulnerabilities with it, right? They were doing some type of like key hijacking or something. So you got to be careful about the libraries you install. Keep that in mind. But what does using Geller actually look like? Well, I do a Geller scan. I forget what the -g means. Don't hate me. And yeah, we're just going to take this file and look for process.env stuff, and boom. Will it bend a spoon? No, but it has a fantastic set of chest hair. There's that famous Uri Geller from the 70s, right? Bending a spoon with just shirt undone to his fucking belly button and just way too much chest hair. And yeah, Nate, Mr. Sir, Electro Bruin, thank y'all. I appreciate you. Y'all are the best. Okay, so, right, using Geller. What does that look like? Well, this is the function inside of Geller. You wouldn't call that by hand, but this is the function that's going to look for used env vars. And it's going to take in the project. I'm going to add the source files, and that -g was the glob of the source file I wanted to add. So you could actually do any globbing pattern you wanted to, consume all your TS in your project if you want. Totally fine. No big deal. It's going to take all of those globs and add those files as paths. So from there, we look for certain identifiers, right? Process.env nodes. And we're going to comb through and just for each source file, we're going to look for an identifier node that is this kind, a syntax kind dot identifier, and then we just start looking for, is the text of that identifier process? And if so, then we go even deeper and check, is it being destructured, or are we doing like a .env on top of it? Right, so kind of cool, right? It works great, pretty fun. I'm using it right now. I like it. I've got it in at least 1, maybe 2 projects. I forget the exact amount, but pretty cool. Like, yeah, it works. Not a big deal. So real quick, let's pace ourselves. Which musical instrument is eco-friendly and yet contains CO2? An air guitar. So yeah, I mentioned ESLint earlier. And what I wanted to point out mainly with Geller is a downside to Geller is that it's a build tool. You don't get any of that inside of your editor. So one of the really nice parts about T3 ENV is that you get that right in your editor if you're thinking it's a different type or any of that stuff, which is kind of cool. But what if you wanted to use ESLint for this? You could, you can, and I did, but it turns out that it has a completely different AST structure. So no more Unist, no more TypeScript native. You have to use a thing called selectors, which is similar, right? You're gonna be selecting upon certain types of nodes, but it's more like declarative rather than like procedural. And it gets a little wonky in that way. But it's doable, you can do it. Let's look at a selector and see how it's working, right? So I'm looking for any member expression in which the object.name is gonna be process and the property.name is env. And I've got another one for the, destructuring of process as well. That's a different selector, though, within our plugin here. So all we did is create a new rule for ESLint, and then we just define the selector in which that rule needs to kick in. Now, I need to maybe add some more code to this so we can look at it a little cleaner, but pretty straightforward process. And boom, we can get detection right there in our editor. So, last but not least, what is the most environmentally friendly video game? Call of Duty. It gets recycled every year. So yeah, I'll include some citations, some more links, some things there, and thank you for letting me speak. 12 minutes. Okay, that's not so bad. Yeah, I can add some slides and I'll probably end up talking faster through it, and I don't think they'd be bummed if I did 15 minutes versus 10. Because they had lightning talk already drop out. Works with FIFA, works with Madden. Hell yeah. Cool timer. This is all part of Reveal.js. Reveal.js is magical. So I generate my slide presentations using Pandoc, which is probably breaking code down into an AST, right? So Pandoc will take my markdown and actually turn it into Reveal.js slides, which is pretty damn cool. So Reveal.js is the big thing you care about. If you want to just make some slides, use Reveal.js and you're done. But if you want to start using Markdown and then just convert it to Reveal.js slides, ooh, Pandoc is the thing you're looking for. So yeah, that's how I give my presentations typically. It's a flow that I've gotten into, and the Markdown approach is really fast for me. Yeah, Pandoc's amazing. Here's one of the things. It converts between all of these things. Just recognize that this graph on the, or not graph, but like the things connected or whatever, it means that some of these are only able to be done in one direction, right? So turning something from some of these languages into another one is just not possible. As an example, you can do Markdown and turn it into Markua, but you can't turn Markua back into Markdown. Right? So there's a little bit of that, like some of this stuff is only one way, and almost all of the slideshow formats are one way. You have something that you might want to write slides in, such as, you could probably do it with, just LaTeX or whatever, right? You could do it with DocBook, you could do it with whatever, and then just convert it into some slideshow format. I'd love to make a separate plugin for some of the newer slideshow formats out there, like the one from Formidable. Victory, I think. No. Spectacle. Victory is their graphing library. Spectacle is their presentation tool. Spectacle is really cool in that you can have like live demo code inside your slides. Like, real easy. It's just React code at that point. So that's when, like, it's kind of nice to just, like, if you want something interactive in your presentations, Spectacle is probably the move. And yeah, no worries, Ecstasy. Yeah, I appreciate you. And you met John. He's pretty cool. Is John, like, the main creator of this thing? John McFarlane here? Cool, man. Is he up in the area or something? Looks like UC Berkeley, so did you just, like, meet him down in Cali, or was he up here for a conference or something? Looks like maybe he, like, gives, like, lectures and stuff, so that would make sense, too. And yeah, thanks, Ecstasy. Appreciate you. Yeah, cool, G-Bone. I said like 7 things right there, and you just said yes. Which one is it? Like, I don't know, man. But yeah, so I got a lot to fill in, but we're kind of like dead on balls accurate with the timing. You went down to UC Berkeley for a work trip. Cool, man. Hell yeah. Happened to be at a conference you went to. Like, right? Yeah, which one is it? Yes. And yeah, Mr. Nice Rice, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. All right, so real quick, everyone, I got to use the restroom. Give me just a second. BRB. I'm going to pour another beverage, too. I need more water. And yeah, how do y'all feel about the talk? Like, I know for a fact there are parts that I have glossed over. I need to, like, work on some of the styling and some of that a little more, right? Make sure the transitions from, like, section to section make a little more sense. But was there anything, like, glaringly missing? Like, you know, anything that without it, the talk just isn't as good as it could be? If it's just some polish, I can polish, no problem. But if there's something, like, glaringly missing, just let me know. You only caught the last 2 minutes? That's fine. Yeah, no worries. Let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. See you in a sec. All right. So I'm back. What y'all up to? Anyone enjoying their Tuesdays? There is a pun missing. Yeah. We can fix those real quick. That one's good. That one's good. The Y is missing. And yeah, we didn't break some of these slides out more. Add a GIF to show working examples? Yeah, so I think the parts you're kind of talking about, right? Kind of like how like this part was empty, right? Those parts? Or are you more talking about just like showing Geller failing out? Like as part of your CI/CD? Your day just ended, but spent the day doing tests in Cypress and merging PRs? Nice. Ooh, hold on. Let me try one quick thing here. Work-wise, no big deal. Hold on, I gotta do this. Gotta show this to my boss. Hold on, we did it. We did it, Reddit. All right, so hold on. Let me just do this. And yeah, split chunks. That's a great bit of feedback. Yeah. Like I totally agree. We need better showcasing of this thing working. I just gotta show this to my boss because I think he's gonna be so pumped. All right, so hold on. Yeah, real quick, ecstasy. So you spent the majority of today in meetings because an int overflow has caused a wildfire in the casino you're working on. Second time you experienced it. First you thought it was a one-off 5 years ago, but now it's the second time you have to do something about it, so it doesn't happen a third time. So wait. How... Right? I thought most, like, slot machines, etc., I thought they were like a self-contained environment. I thought it had to be a black box. That way, there's, like, accountability. So maybe you're not talking about, like, slot machine stuff. You're talking about something else? Ah, with reporting, not the games. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I thought the games had to be developed in, like, a black box. So that makes a lot more sense. Cool. All right, so yeah, we got to fine-tune this talk. However, would people like to see some Rust code first? I'm not trying to bamboozle nobody. I'm trying to just, you know, be productive. So yeah, we do need a pun for after the tooling part. All right, so your reporting tool is breaking because it can't find the relation between a player ID in one tab and a player ID in another tab. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Interesting. Like it's bigger than a big int? Okay, it's bigger than a standard int, but not bigger than a big int. Okay. If you guys just switched to big int, you'd be good, but then yeah, you'd have to do some magic for the web app to make sure that you're putting it into like a big int in the web too. So yeah, I could see that being just probably worth it to just do string and then convert from there. Yeah, to standardized. Yeah, that makes sense. Good call, Lexi. Yeah. And what's up, Sunflower? How you doing? 4 hours today surrounding it. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's a bummer. Oh, split chunks. I think I forgot that part. Yeah, my bad. So I do load up the .env so that we can like get that stuff locally. But I just use another library for it. Let me go double check that source code. Yeah. So I'm using, oh, it's not .env, it's called env file. So there's already an env file parser. Take it easy there, Ecstasy. Don't be gross. I know, it is a bit funny. The Primogen would be laughing his ass off about it. It's just not the vibe of the channel I like to operate, that's all. We'll make jokes here and there. And again, that's not a dig against the Primogen. He just has a very specific community that likes those kind of jokes. No, it's fine. I don't think it was anything offensive. I just don't want it to go too far down that line. You know? All that does is alienate people. We can enjoy a good, you know, toilet humor joke, right? Good immature joke here and there. I just don't want it to be like a pattern. That's all. So yeah, split chunks. Are you seeing what I'm showing here? Right. So env file really is like the thing doing the magic for me. Yes. Yeah. Good call. So yes, this is all in TypeScript right now. Technically, this part wouldn't be that limited because it's just an env file, right? So this is TypeScript that runs, and I grab the values from it. Right? And I can check the .env file. The .env is agnostic, but what I ended up like doing with it, right? Having to detect used env vars by parsing for, you know, the AST nodes. Yeah, the AST is language specific. Every language is going to have their own like identifiers or syntax kinds. So creating a huge, broadly applicable one is a little tougher unless you want to use something like tree sitter. So yeah, if I wanted to do a language agnostic version of Geller, tree sitter would be the tool I use. But again, I'm less familiar with how env vars even work in other languages. So I'm hesitant to worry about that. I'm just trying to make this a tool that I needed for my own stuff. But yeah, tree sitter, hugely useful. So you might consider that. But remember, the .env file is a pretty standardized format, so parsing that shouldn't be any different. That's not JavaScript specific. The library is JavaScript, but what it's doing, anything can do. But yeah, as far as parsing process.env or whatever the equivalent is in other languages, that's outside the scope of what I'm trying to do. If that's what you're trying to do, hell yeah, go for it. But maybe you just have a specific language you're concentrating on, and that becomes easier. As far as general language processing goes, though, yeah, tree sitter is probably the thing you want to check out if you want to support many different languages. Tree sitter is how I'm doing assorted biscuits, you know? Or how I'm even doing Neovim biscuits. Alright, so being able to decorate what some bracket means, that's tree sitter, man. So yeah, what's up, Zerk? How you doing? And yeah, Dirk, how you doing? Dirk and Zerk. Just don't be a jerk. You know, sorry, bad jokes, bad jokes. It's what I'm good at, okay? So yeah, this makes a lot of sense to me, right? The fact, like, the reason why you would do this, why int is just too small, but there's nothing really in between them, so that can be annoying. All right, so real quick, yeah, we got our slides we want to work on. I definitely want to improve it in the way that Split Chunks just suggested. Add some missing stuff, do all that. But in the meantime, let's think about what we're doing here with the Rust code real quick. Yeah, that works. How do you know what's required and what isn't, though? And look at it this way, Split Chunks. In many cases, env files don't ship, right? They're local only. So how are you going to verify that in CI/CD? Ah, so as of right now, you'd have a config file. Okay, that works. Yeah. Look at it this way. All you need is the config file. You don't even need to parse the env files, because half of them won't even be there. All you need to do is check the process for the env vars that you've marked as required. Right? You don't even need to check the env files, because all you need to check is the runtime environment. Right? So if it's in your config file and it's not defined in your environment, that's an error and you're done. But I think that's a big part that you're missing. In most cases, .env files should not be shipped, because in many cases it's secrets inside of those files, and those secrets should never be part of Git. They should never be something that you upload somewhere. It's something you configure completely separately. So you might not even need to parse the env files. If it's something you can ship, then your .env stuff would just pick it up, and you're done. Again, you have a vision, you solve the problem in a way. I just wanted to poke at one thing that I'm not sure was thought about in the right way, because we all have blind spots. But you may want to check out T3 env. That's fine, Split Chunks. I still think you're missing it, though. Right? In the language agnostic case, you're not shipping .env files. They wouldn't even be there at build time and runtime. Right? If you're trying to solve the JS problem and it's env like values that you can ship, well then sure, but that's just a JS problem. Every single other thing should not be shipping any kind of secrets as part of an env file. That's something that you define in the environment that you're building in. CI/CD, etc. just thought. I'm probably missing something too, misunderstanding what you meant. So yeah, don't take my naysaying as anything. I'm just trying to make sure that you're thinking about it in a way that saves you some effort, because maybe you don't need to solve that problem. I don't know. I have no idea. This is just brainstorming. But you may consider how T3 does it, right? And yeah, Matt Pocock even has a video explaining this process, how the validation happens, all that stuff. Super cool. So maybe your config file ends up having logic like this to even validate for like types and stuff. Ooh, that'd be crazy, right? I don't know. Just a thought, maybe something to look at. Okay, and trying to make sure that all those environments as you migrate have everything you're looking for? Sure. Yeah, that's fine. Mostly used for dev. Okay, yeah, that's a valid use case. So wait, what do you mean by that, Mr. Demon Wolf? Why won't that work? Why, like, you can't establish a webhook? A webhook is just an API endpoint, isn't it? Now, if you're saying... I think you're still missing it, though, Mr. Demon Wolf. TRPC is part of it, and it's a thing. But with T3 Stack, you could just spin up an API endpoint that doesn't use it. You sure? It's just next. Just create an API endpoint and next, and you're done. Right? You're not forced into TRPC for every endpoint. You can just create an API, page or whatever in Next.js. Yeah, so, shit. Keep in mind, I didn't realize that you could do API-only endpoints still. I thought that was something that was actually not possible anymore, and Userin pointed it out. Right? Userin pointed out that you totally can, it's just different syntax than I was expecting. We need a rubber duck emote. There it is. I think that works. I think we nailed it. And yeah, everyone doing the lurk over on the other thing, I really appreciate y'all. Like, this is helping so much. Average view duration is at 40 minutes. At 16 views. It's like 12 hours of watch time. No, so I'm giving a talk at Seattle JS tomorrow about a tool I use that uses ASTs to comb for used or unused ENV bars. Oh, there you go, Marvel. Yeah, I wasn't aware that, like, you needed to even, like, touch TRPC for that part. So hold on, Marvel. I think what we're getting at, though, is we don't care about a consumer of that endpoint. So why would you need to bundle that into TRPC's like client when it's not even an endpoint that client will ever hit? So instead, it's just a standalone API endpoint. That's what I think I'm getting at. If you're not going to hit it from the client of TRPC, why increase the bundle size because of it? Oh, right, Indy? Dude. Terrible film, but actually better than I expected, which is nice. Yeah, it's extremely linear and entirely predictable, but still a fun romp. Which is interesting, right? It's like how the first couple like Fast and Furious films were, before they jumped the shark. So yeah, just to catch other people up, we watched that movie, Need for Speed, yesterday. It was all right. I've only ever caught the last, like, 10 minutes of it. So it was interesting to actually see it from the start for once. And yeah, seriously, this is huge. Am I going to stream tomorrow? That's a little tougher. No matter what, I'd have to end stream by like 4 o'clock, which is fine. So technically, do I have any meetings tomorrow? I've got a meeting that ends at like 11:30, and I'll probably take a half hour to finish up, which means I can start at noon tomorrow, which is an hour earlier than normal, and at that point I think 4 hours is pretty solid. So yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking yeah. So the talk is out at Seattle JS. They start at like 6:30 p.m. Shit, let me look at the timing. Kickoff and announcements at 6:30. They do ask that I show up early enough to like get set up. You know, my laptop will be fine. So yeah, I just got to be there by 6:30, so if I leave by 4, that gives me enough time to maybe stop for a meal, and then do it. The drive is, I mean, as the crow flies, it's like 12 miles. No. I'm giving a lightning talk. The 2 hours they have set up is fuzzy. It's not going to be 2 hours. No, my talk is about 15 minutes. There's another talk that's maybe 10 to 15 minutes, and then there's another half-hour talk. They usually just leave, like, enough room for the farewell. So technically, like, the 6:40 is talks, networking, fun. Talks are however long they take, and then networking and fun is, like, filling up the rest of the time. So usually drinks afterwards. And then around 8:30, we just go somewhere else. Oh, it's a lot of fun. It's a blast. Just fantastic. I'll be stocking up on pizza tomorrow, too. Because that's one of my favorite, like, venues after the meetup. Head over to, like, Big Mario's Pizza. Grab some slices. Usually slices to go, but still, like, you know, it's a good wind down. I mean, at the place we're going, there's always parking. Because I'm getting there, like, right around, like, it's in South Lake Union near, like, the Amazon buildings and some of that stuff, so... Yeah, there's plenty of room. right? People are leaving by the time I'm getting there, so it's easy. Yeah, it's not like parking by the Space Needle or... Space Needle's not terrible. It's not like parking by the stadiums, right? Like, parking near the Seahawks Stadium sucks. Like, real bad. I don't even remember where the Mariners play. I haven't been there in ages. It's somewhere down there. Meh. But yeah, Parasocial. I'll sign up for that. I wasn't trying to leave you hanging. I just started streaming before I, could lock down a time. I'm thinking Friday, though, if you guys are down for that. I'll lock it down on the calendar, too. Okay, what time zone are you guys on, though? Okay, Ed. You should probably just sub. Wink. Ooh, there you go, G-Bone. Yeah, like, I've got a few places near, like, Pioneer Square that are pretty much always available. I got a few places near, like Belltown type area that are always available, which is quite nice. But yeah, like, I got my stash spots, and that's about it. Yeah, so I was just saying, if you just subbed, wink, you wouldn't have that problem. That was the whole wink that you saw. Yeah, exactly. For $5 whole, you can continue this discussion with CM Griffin. I know, I'm just having fun. Yeah, exactly, G-Bone. Like, totally walking distance, for sure. Yeah, I get... Keep in mind, when I said Belltown, I meant, like, if I'm hanging out in Belltown, I got a stash spot. If I'm going to Capitol Hill, I got a couple stash spots. If I'm going, like, I have some parking spaces that are pretty much always there for certain parts of the city. Basically, parking on Republican is, like, my South Lake Union spot. For some reason, people in Seattle are averse to parking on Republican. I'm okay with it. I'll never vote that way, but I'll totally park there. Yeah, exactly, G-Bone. Okay, so Parasocial. I'm thinking maybe like Friday. And like, what time zone are you guys on? Are you guys East Coast or are you guys West Coast? He's California, you're Utah? Cool. Are you in like downtown, or are you like Ogden type, like suburb type stuff? Because man, I really like the surrounding areas. Salt Lake is rough when that inversion happens, man. That inversion is gnarly. Right? I assume if you're in Utah, you've totally been there when the inversion is happening. It's gross. You still get a bit of the bad air because it just like sits in the valleys and stuff, right? Like it's weird. So yeah, suburbs. Yeah, I had a friend in high school who had family in North Ogden, and when we went to visit, we rode at Powder Mountain, and that shit was so good. The highway, or like the road to Powder Mountain, closed behind us, which meant we just got to ski with like 10 people on the entire mountain. I was snowboarding, but yeah, like it was amazing. It was so cool. It's been 20 years since I've been to Powder Mountain. It's only been like 12 since I've been to Brighton. Brighton's great. All right, and hold on. Is this where I think it is? It's at the Collective? Yeah? Yeah, it's at the Collective. Cool. See, I need to be there by about 6:30, and we'll be fine. Which means I leave here at 4. eat some food somewhere on the way. Should be good. Cool. Just laying out my schedule for tomorrow. Ooh, and hold on. Yeah, so here's our jokes. Jokes. Anyone that is adamantly requiring to see some Rust code here in a minute, we can do that. I do kind of want to fine-tune some of these talks and slides, etc. All right, and we need a GIF for it. All right, so at Giphy, we want just like a big brain or something. All right, so which one are we doing? Are we doing the common meme, right? The one that we all would recognize for such a moment? Are we gonna do not just a hat rack, my friend? Because actually this one is kind of just a hat rack. We could do I am the smartest man alive. Oh, that one's not bad. The recursive brain one is freaking me out. So I'm not doing that one. Yeah, it's either this one, or one of these two. What do y'all think? Anytime should be fine as long as you finish by 5:30 p.m. California time. Okay, sure. And is that mainly for your co-founder, CEO, CTO, whatever his title is? Because if you'd like to do like a co-working, like not co-working, but like an actual, like, let's build something with it kind of stream, I think that'd be fun. Right? Maybe even like, you know, for a few Fridays in a row. That's what we build out or something. I don't mind doing something like that if you want. Up to you, though. Right? Whatever you want to be available for it. Yeah, your thing. You can go for a bit longer. Cool. Perfect. Yeah, so I was gonna think maybe I'd try and like get it started by like 2:30 Pacific time, which gives me time to do my like, you know, news crawl for the day. That's Ken Jeong, technically Sunflower, who did play Ben Chang from Community. You know the coolest part about Ken Jeong? He was actually a doctor before he became an actor, or before he got famous as an actor. He was already acting, because he lived in LA already. But yeah, his first acting role, his absolute like first major acting role, the doctor on Knocked Up. Like totally. It's really cool. Like he's brilliant, and yeah. Caught the luckiest break of his life. Ooh, was that it, Jonestown? I didn't know that part. Yeah. Oh, so that is definitely not that character, right? That is Ken Jeong, I think, doing something for like an ad, right? Whatever juice or tea. Oh, it's V8. Yeah, it's a V8 commercial. For sure. Right, we can just mouse over and see the logo. Yeah, it's a V8 commercial. Should have had a V8. No, that sounds about right there, Jonestown. Did she survive? It means we'll start at 2:30 p.m. Pacific on Friday. I'll book out the time and everything. We could actually push it to 3 if that works better, right? If we do it to 3, that means there's 2 whole hours, 2.5 whole hours that your CEO, CTO, whoever he is, I forget, I'm sorry, I need to look it up, that, you know, he doesn't even have to be there the whole time. I'm just, you know, gives us enough time for him not to be pressed, I guess. CEO. Okay, there we go. Are you founding engineer? If you don't mind saying your title. Or are you, like, CTO? VP of engineering. Okay, cool. My guess is, though, you were one of, like, the first, like, founding engineers, right? If not, well, hell yeah, man. Good job working up to VP of engineering. Were you like one of the first engineering hires, I guess? And you don't have to answer any of this. I'm just curious. That's all. Yeah, real quick, hype mode. What is Fogbender? I don't remember. Team-to-team customer support. Okay. You had 4 people starting almost right away. Oh, okay. Cool. Take it easy, Kinslayer. Again, we don't want to be too gross. I appreciate you, though. That's what I appreciates about you. Oh, is that what you appreciates about me? Oh, so it's a team-focused intercom widget. I like that. That's cool. And I'm guessing, like, it integrates into your Slack to where, like, you can be chatting in Slack and it's responding to someone doing, like, the chatbot? So someone on your website clicks into the chatbot, but you guys just have like a Slack channel for it kind of thing? Oh, that's even cooler. Okay. Yeah, I like that. Cool, man. What's your pricing like? Just using the widget and agents using your agent UI? Okay. Yeah, so how would that work? Like, yeah, if you have 2 customer-facing agents, but you're using the Slack integration, does that mean everybody in that Slack channel qualifies as an agent? And is that how you guys end up doing your billing? Or do you just look at, like, who ends up chatting over a certain, like, period of time? Ah, okay. That makes sense. Because that sounds really tough to actually, like, enforce. In the agent UI, you have permissions, etc. In Slack, it's just a channel. Like, I'm really curious how the Slack integration works. Does it actually create a thread instead? And then it's just the people responding to that exact thread within, like, a channel? And I know I should be saving questions like this for Friday. I'm not capable of doing such a thing. Okay. Oh, I get you. So agent is a permission, but then unlimited readers. I get it. Okay. I misunderstood that. I don't know if that's actually obvious. Yeah, here on the pricing page, you guys might want to have something that explains some of that stuff. Yeah, they can read the complaints, they just can't write. I get that. That's cool. You know, give and take. I get you. And yeah, heyo, G-Bone. Welcome back, Mr. Sir. Appreciate the lurk. Y'all lurking over there are massively helping me out. Like, so much. So much. Like, really cool. The Hangover was before Knocked Up? Really? I thought Knocked Up was. So he had actually done acting in a whole bunch of stuff, such as, something in The Big Easy, a TV show, Grounded for Life, etc. So he had done, like, character acting roles for a long time. Okay. Mind of Mencia, he even played Ken. Like, just himself, almost. He played someone named Bill in The Office, I guess. Yeah, I could have sworn Knocked Up. Yeah, The Hangover is way later, 2009. Yeah, as far as I know, Knocked Up is the one that gave him his biggest, boost into the industry. Wasn't until The Hangover that he went full-time. Okay. That makes sense. So yeah, he had been doing character acting roles. I think meeting Judd Apatow and nailing it in Knocked Up is really what it was. Yeah, I mean, Community is way after all that stuff, though. Hold up, what movie is this for? Fool's Paradise? That's Adrian Brody, right? Oh, it's a Charlie Day film? He plays a stunt double for someone else? Okay. Dude, this looks amazing! I want to watch this movie now! What the fuck? How have I never heard of this movie? Writer, director, Charlie Day? Fuck yeah, dude! Oh my god, I'm really looking forward to this movie now. When does it come out? Upcoming. Here we go. Fool's Paradise 2023. So it's like this year. Aw, dude. Fuck yeah, man. Ah, this is gonna be awesome. Adrian Brody pulling the fucking worst foe. Like, hey, I'm deep in thought. Look. He strikes me as just as fake as, his character in Summer of Sam. Oi, I got this British accent. Ew. Dude, just so bad. To me, Adrian Brody is actually that dude. The one just faking it to make it. All right, so interesting. And yeah, you guys are working out your billing. I getcha. I think you really want to try and maybe do one of those like yearly, monthly type like toggles, and then just mark people up for the monthly, right? Extra 50%, sure. Right? At the current rate, it looks like support here is like 40 bucks a month. Yeah, you just charge 60 for a monthly fee. Boom. Could be worth it. Again, I don't know you guys' business. You do whatever you want. But yeah, I don't know. There's something about that. I think calling out the whole like readers, history, internal messaging stuff is tricky because I don't think it's obvious what a reader is. But yeah, it's still super cool, man. Yeah, I'd love to check it out. I don't think I have anything I could use it on yet. But I almost feel like it'd be worthwhile for our company. So readers can write, but only internally. So yeah, there's like a bit of like fuzziness to it, which is tough. Like, you know, don't feel bad. Yeah, let me get the full image here. Save image as brain. Boom. So yeah, I'm not 100% certain I'll be streaming tomorrow. I think I will be because I want to make sure I like do some of this stuff. You could technically even use it as a Slack replacement, which is funny. Okay. Is that going to be your pivot? I'm not gonna lie, that sounds like an amazing pivot, especially if you start establishing a way for people to like create a knowledge base from discussions. Right? That's a problem that Discord has. That was actually your company years ago? Oh, that's even funnier. Okay. But yeah, I think that's a huge problem Discord has, and Discord is actually, it's against their TOS to like publish the content from like a Discord channel, which is crazy. Right? They're like, no, that's ours. You can only use it for communication. We own it. So yeah, anything that displaces Discord's ownership over your own fucking content is gonna win. Because, right, conversations that happen inside of like Discord and Slack channels, they're ephemeral and they're gone. Like real quick. Meanwhile, could you get the SEO of some of these things being promoted up as simply just a thread, like a forum almost? Totally. So I think the SEO ability of some of these like communities is going to be huge. As long as people opt into it via like a, hey, I don't mind being like published or anonymize me. Right? Bam. Nailed it. Any platform that actually opts into like not being as ephemeral as the current ones and establishing a online SEOable thing, it would be huge. Yeah, like forums are similar, but it's more like you get to curate which ones become like Googleable, etc. Gitter? Does Gitter actually have like searchability? I've never seen Gitter come up in a Google search for just like random keywords and like conversations and stuff. But they should. Really? Okay. I think it's actually a flaw of branding at that point, right? Just using the Gitter UI is meh. Make it your own website that looks like your brand, etc. And it's your content that you turned into actual like knowledge-based stuff versus just being a, here's the fire hose, have fun sipping from it. Which is what Gitter always feels like to me. Gitter feels like sipping from the fire hose. Yeah, I get it. There's just so much like lost knowledge. I know we're in the IRC phase, but I don't think it's actually such a dichotomy or a pendulum. I think instead the IRC phase is useful for like literally ephemeral conversations. And when brands end up using something ephemeral for their knowledge base, like solving problems like customer support, that's actually when you end up repeating yourself thousands of times, right? Because you could have just had a knowledge base that addressed this exact issue. So maybe that's even a thing that ChatGPT could do. Analyze our Discord channel and create, like, you know, frequently asked questions based on it. Bam, bam, bam. So I think that would be one of the major ways to fix the ephemeral knowledge problem. I could be wrong. I still think it's cool. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. All right, let me double check some of these. Yep, we got the title there. We got the title there. These should split out into their own slides properly, so it should look all right. Let me do one thing here. As long as you catch the swing to forum, I still don't think you need to. I think there are plenty of companies out there that need this problem solved already. And they just don't yet because the tool isn't there for them yet. And I just don't think Gitter is that tool. So Gitter, I think, has like mixed messaging about what it's for. And that's the biggest problem with it. But also, like, not every knowledge base question or every question within a channel belongs in the knowledge base. So how do you decide that part? And I think that's tricky too. So it's more of a curation issue, in my opinion, rather than the pendulum swing timing issue. All right, but real quick, let's go look at what we got here. And what's up, Zaborum? How you doing? I'm gonna shout it out one more time. If y'all have the ability to throw a lurk on the red platform, that would help me out immensely, like massively. So feel free, up to you. Not a big deal if you don't. We got at least enough people over there that I'm really happy about it. Thank y'all. All right, so let's look at this talk. Protecting the environment variables. Right, senior front-end engineer, blah, blah, Twitch streamer, lazy YouTuber. Real quick. If you have YouTube Premium, you can download VODs. That sounds like a hack, but I'm kind of into it. That's actually crazy. Does it, like, impact your numbers in some crazy way? You're saying basically viewers need to do so. If I did it myself, it'd be one person doing it, right? Well, shit. Yeah, anyone that has YouTube Premium, just download my shit, man. I know, right? Yeah, exactly. Alright, so yeah, where's the best place for a horse to grow up? A stable environment. Alright. So yeah, filling in some of these blanks is something I really gotta do, right? So, an example describing a basic AST. I know, that was a good one. Yeah, I'm proud of that one. Alright, let's pour another beverage. MK Slug, I didn't do anything about how these slides are made. That is Reveal.js. I did nothing. And yeah, Mikey, thank you for that follow. Appreciate you. How you doing? I know, it took me a second. We got there, didn't we? So yeah, if you're curious, check out Reveal.js's source code. But at the end of the day, think about it this way. This entire thing is just a div. When I navigate from screen to screen, it's just a transition. Just a CSS transition. No big deal. Right? All these divs are being absolutely positioned. And we're just animating it using CSS transitions. Reveal.js is pure JS. It's not using a framework. If you're looking for like a really good like React-focused framework in which you can do like live code samples inside of your stuff here, you could do it with Reveal.js, but it'd be like a hassle. Whereas Spectacle is a React native like presentation tool that does similar stuff, but you can actually embed real React components into it. So if you ever want to give a presentation about React stuff, Spectacle by Formidable Labs is really awesome. And that said, like, hey, could you do the same thing for Solid? Could you do the same thing for other frameworks? Yeah, just take someone building it, technically. Maybe an Astro-based version would be kind of cool. Actually, I think Astro is the exact right tool to do it. That's a tweet. Not everything. Keep that in mind, but yeah. Boom. Wink, wink. Nudge, nudge. Hey, hey. Is she a goer? Does she go? Hey, hey, hey. Hold on. There's so many good ones. Hey, hey. Nudge, nudge. Damn it. How is this not bringing up Monty Python? I hate the internet right now. How dare they? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Hey, 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 hey. Is she a goer? Does she go? Hey, hey, hey. Know what I mean? Know what I mean? Hey, know what I mean? Know what I mean? Is she a goer? Does she go? Yeah, MK Slug. You nailed it. Yeah. Your inspiration helped all of this. And yeah, thank you, Parasocial. I appreciate you. And I'm good, Skyline. And yeah, Beat Watcher. How them beats doing? Alright, so we do that. Right? We need to get a proper definition of some of these things. Thoughts about Bevy? Seems fine. No, you can't watch Seattle JS online. The conference talks will probably be online, but not the meetup talks, which is a bummer. But you get to see me give the talk right here anyway for free. You don't even have to, like, you know, do whatever, right? I can just give the talk. Oh! No, good call, Beat Watcher. Hey. Well, what's it like? yeah, they're like, hey, you ever got lucky? Eh? Well, yes. What's it like? Right? Because, yeah, totally. It's something like that. I'm forgetting the whole thing there, Beat Watcher, but hell yeah, man. Good call. We got a Monty Python fan in the crowd. Not at the moment. We did the dry run earlier, and I'll be doing another dry run here after I fill in some of the blanks, but we got a few blanks to fill in first. Right? Some of the biggest ones is like, yeah, some of these are a bit sparse. I gotta make sure I have notes for them at least. And then some of the how stuff is like, yeah, snippet of TS. Not great, right? Universal syntax tree. Empty. Alright, so yeah, totally. Yeah, Monty Python's great. I'm a huge Monty Python fan. Here in the US, it's actually really hard. Like, really tricky to find people that actually enjoy Monty Python. Of my snowboarder friends, nobody likes that shit. Of my snowboarder friends, not a single person. Yeah, it's actually like, I mean, especially snowboarders. There is some, like, there's some kind of, like, antipathy, or just, like, like, almost hatred of people who are too smart. It's not ideal. Let me put it this way. Some snowboarders that I really respect, very good snowboarders, very awesome individual, and it's amazing. They're just amazing at what they do. Kurt Jensen, I'm actually talking about him. We were sitting there, right? Kurt Jensen is like a snowboard pro from the Northwest who has been famous for years before I even got started snowboarding, like at least like 5 years or whatever, right? He's like a local legend. He's awesome, a very cool dude. We were sitting there at our photographer friend's house in Skykomish, and we're watching like, what's that show on like TLC or whatever, in which like people have to answer trivia questions to not have their car repoed? It's the worst fucking content. I hate that show. It's like people who didn't graduate high school style Jeopardy. I get it. It's fine. If you didn't graduate high school, that's okay too. But oof. Oof. So anyway, we're watching it. And the question is asked. What is the closest star to planet Earth? And I just start laughing because the person is not gonna get it. I can tell immediately. They're just not gonna get it. And Kurt Jensen, a very good snowboarder, looks over at me and is like, well, do you know the answer? Motherfucker, it's the sun. Like, motherfucker. You think I'm being snarky at this point? I'm not. Like, I can be snarky real quick. If you really want to dig into this. If you want to ask what the closest star to our solar system is besides the sun, ooh, is that... It's either Alpha Centauri or Proxima Centauri. I forget which one. I believe it's Alpha Centauri. But it could be Proxima. Is it Alpha? Okay. But even then, I had a 50-50 chance. And this dude had none. Like, it's crazy. It is Alpha? Okay, I just want to make sure. Proxima means, like, farther, right? But it's still part of the same system. It actually is Proxima? That's what I thought, motherfucker. It is Proxima Centauri. Shit. 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 You had me doubting myself. Skateboarders, snowboarders, etc. suffer quite badly from CTE. I don't know. That's like a little tougher to like nail down. I have definitely had concussions, for sure. Is that where my aggression comes from? No, I was an asshole before those moments. Sorry. No, I've always been the asshole I am. So yeah, we can't blame me on CTE. I wish. That'd be so much easier. That'd be the best. I wish I had an excuse for being how much of an asshole I am. I'm just an asshole. That's my fault. Yeah, I thought Proxima meant close, right? Like approximately, like a close enough thing, right? Like I can read, I can understand the Latin of it, etc. Memory loss is a part of CTE. But yeah, Weedham Boys, would you actually think that I have a bad memory? Even with the concussions I've had, my memory is better than 80% of people. That's a number I'm just throwing out there, but seriously. My memory's insane. I don't understand it. No, so hold on, Weedham Boys. It's a trick question. He got caught by the trick question. I would assume that the moment I said it, he realized that he got had by the trick question. Right? And that's the point. It's not that he was actually stupid and he didn't realize the sun's a star, but the way the question was phrased did not set him up for success. That's not his fault. When I said it, I saw the look in his eyes and like, shit. Right? Like, I saw it. You know that moment when someone asks you a question that you know very obviously the answer and they should have known as well, and it's like they thought it was a gotcha, and then you actually say it and they're like, you're right. You're right. Yeah, I actually saw the light leave his eyes the moment he did that. Because he knew he had lost already. Was he snarky? I think... No. So, did he actually know? In the moment, probably not. Because he was just simply... He got had by a trickily phrased question. We can all ask tricky questions. In which... Now, so Weedham boys, just recognize. It's not that he's not smart. It's just simply... The question was asked in a way that was meant to confuse people. And he just got confused by it. That's not him being stupid. It's just funny. Right? It's just a very interesting moment. I don't think he's actually stupid. He had no idea what star, and that's why, because of the phrasing of the question, what is the closest star to planet Earth? Yeah, he asked me, do I know? Because in the moment, the phrasing was not him immediately thinking, oh yeah, the sun. It was, what is the closest star that's not the sun? And that's the way he interpreted it, but he got had by bad phrasing. Doesn't mean he's stupid. If they had said simply, what is the closest star outside of our solar system, then shit, I would have made a guess. It would have either been Alpha or Proxima Centauri. Cool, no big deal. But he got had by a poorly phrased question that was meant to confuse people. He didn't have a star in mind because he wasn't thinking about the sun as a star. Yeah, he was not thinking about the sun. He was thinking about any other star, and he didn't know what the closest one would have been. Right? That's the key. That's no moon. There you go, Kinslayer. Nailed it? What do I win? There you go, Jonestown. I could spell Constantinople without the phrasing, but I could also spell it too. It's not a shame not to know, it's a shame to not want to know. Yeah, for sure. But it was just a fun moment. Let me put that. So Fievel, times there is not a legitimate mathematical symbol. So in that phrasing, 30 times 1/2 is actually how like the words need to be broken up. If you were actually using the mathematical symbol, well, that would be different. But in lexicographical English, right? It's actually just 30 times 1/2 because they imply a parentheses as separate statements. If you had proposed a mathematical formula or equation, well then, yeah, it would be 30 times 1 time, like divided by 2, which is actually the same thing. So no matter what, it's 15, but if you wanted to phrase that differently, then it could be something different. But yeah, Fievel, I would say that's not even like a wordplay. It's misunderstanding like the English version of these statements versus like the mathematical. And technically there's no right or wrong. If there were two separate answers to be, derived, they would both be correct because English is fuzzy. Yeah. So 5 will mess it up because either way it evaluates to the same thing. They were meaning to propose something in a way where 30 times whatever the fraction evaluates to is different from 30 times whatever the numerator is, right? So I get, actually what they were trying to do, and I'm still calling out the fact that phrasing it that exact way is incorrect no matter what, because they are separate, parts of a statement, parts of a question that have to be evaluated in their own, parens. Oh, it has to be 30 divided by 1/2? Okay. Technically, it would be 60. But if you phrased it as an actual mathematical equation, that'd be different. Just simply due to how the English breaks down, all of those numbers can be considered to be within parentheses, right? So the 1/2 and the 30, whether you're dividing or multiplying or whatever, they're both actually in parentheses, and boom, right? We're good to go. Yeah, it was meant to be like a brain teaser. And the fact that someone messed up a brain teaser is hugely, hugely meta, and I appreciate that so much. Well done. Hugely meta. Really cool. My favorite, meta quote, and I didn't make this up, so don't think I'm some genius. It's, I'm so meta, even this acronym. So if I break it up this way, it should be more accurate. And it's actually a full sentence. Is that an African or a European swallow? So yeah, the acronym of this phrase is, I'm so meta, even this acronym is meta. Right? Because the acronym is summing up what the sentence is, and it completes the sentence. It's so fucking meta. It's really cool. It's genius. Whoever came up with this is brilliant. Right? It's a thing that references itself within itself. That's meta. It's really cool. I mean, Kinslayer, here's the harder question. What is your favorite color? Yeah, and callbacks are inherently meta, Nicola, right? Everyone needs to watch all of them again. My actual favorite is Meaning of Life. I fucking love the Meaning of Life. So there's something about little vignettes meaning something that is just so much more powerful to me. I don't need an entire film. I just need the vignettes, and most of their films actually are vignettes anyway. But Meaning of Life actually braces it even more. Just a wafer thin of mint? Oh, it's so small, it's so thin. Oh, a wafer thin mint? Oh, I couldn't eat anything. Ugh. No, I don't want it. Ugh. Quentin Tarantino actually quotes that scene after the explosion as one of the most graphic things he's ever seen that inspired him to like become the director that he is. Quentin Tarantino has quoted that scene as making him who he is as a director. He has actually pointed out is probably the most disturbing thing he ever watched. At least up to a point. See, I don't want to see Quentin make a new movie. I want to see a remake of Reservoir Dogs with an all-female cast. They're doing it these days. He can totally make it happen, but they're going to say the exact same lines. He's going to actually make that movie do the entire fucking plot and everything, just replacing the actors with actresses. That would actually be so fucking meta and so Tarantino. That shit would be good. Could you imagine? He doesn't have to write anything else. It's all the same characters. Just fucking female instead of male. I'd watch that movie. I'd totally watch that movie. I'd actually want to figure out who they get to play who. That'd be way better. See, I think Reservoir Dogs remade as a female-only cast or a female-centric cast, right? That'd be amazing. Why do I gotta be Ms. Pink? Here's the best part. He wouldn't have to change anything about the script. He could remake the same exact film. Hollywood would be all over it. And I'd be into it. I think it'd be really cool, actually. And it also kind of like flips the entire script a bit, right? Technically, it points out like, hey, just replacing people in your film doesn't make it a different movie, right? Make it actually a film that represents these characters properly, you know? I could see it actually being like a thesis and a statement at that point. Right? Just because you recast a film with all female actors or actresses, sorry, like, doesn't actually make it non-misogynistic, you know? It doesn't actually change anything unless you change what the film actually means to. So yeah, I think that would be like a crazy interesting like aspect of it. He doesn't even have to be involved. He could just be a producer just for giving over the rights to the script to like have it done word for word, shot for shot with female actors. And I'd watch the fuck out of that movie. I think it'd actually be a great film. That'd be cool, man. We just got to figure out who would play who. No, you can actually hear the gunshots when Pink's running away. Yeah, you can hear the gunshots. I like the fact that he doesn't make it over the top like that scene from fucking Platoon. Where, like, you know, Willem Dafoe is dying and getting shot 30 times and he's on his knees flailing about. Right? Like, dude, I'm so happy Quentin didn't pull a move like that. That would have been so fucking gross and lame and exploitative and cheap. The Shining? Yeah, I've seen The Shining. It's all right. If I'm being honest, I don't actually enjoy Kubrick's films. I think Kubrick's a better writer than anything. I don't enjoy his directing. I'm sorry, I know. How dare I say I'm a film buff? I don't think Kubrick's directing is actually that good. He has really good like cinematography and like composition, etc. Pacing wise, Right? Every single shot feels like it goes on too long. Not every single shot, but so many shots that he's recorded and done throughout the years always feel like there's like 30 seconds too long of time. It's so weird to me. I know he did it for effect, but I just simply think he did it at a time before they understood the metrics of what makes a shot watchable and not. Right? And we've distilled that shit down to a science. And even then, The Shining has moments that are meh. Right? Like, totally meh. I can't watch 2001: A Space Odyssey all the way through. It's so fucking slow. It has major pacing issues. It just does. I'm sorry. My dad loves that film. I'm sorry, Dad. I can't watch this with you. You want to watch Larry Sanders Show again? Yeah, let's do it. Ooh, perfect pacing in those episodes for sure. So yeah, anyone, just saying, I'd appreciate lurks over on my, my red stream over there. Asteroid City, I don't know what Asteroid City is. No, I haven't seen that. Yeah, my bad. Who did Asteroid City? And yeah, just to like double back down on the CTE conversation. The CTE has probably affected aggression in some way for me. Right? But I don't think my memory has been affected in a major way. If anything, alcohol is the thing that affects my memory the most. Right? So, at that point, right? We just hit 900? Oh, hell yeah. I appreciate y'all. Y'all are the best. Thank you. Oh, hold on. Asteroid City is the new Wes Anderson? I have not seen that yet. Hold up. Are you talking about like the meme Wes Anderson? Hold up. No, we need to show this. This is amazing. Have you seen the Wes Anderson Star Wars? Oh, we're gonna check this out. If you haven't seen this, oh, you sweet summer child, you are missing out. Okay, Weedham Boys has seen it. Other people need to see it now too. So 1 second, we got time. We got this. I got no gaming or anything to do after this, so we're chilling, we're hanging out, we're doing our thing. I'm gonna hack out these slides, etc.
In a galaxy far, far away, prepare for a reboot like never before. This summer, Wes Anderson brings you a side of the Star Wars universe you've never seen before, the Galactic Menagerie. Join this ragtag crew of unlikely heroes as they navigate the absurdity of the cosmos, challenge the Empire, and redefine what it means to be a rebel.
I like the head tilts and shit.
Artifact, save the galaxy, and maybe find ourselves along the way.
For this mission,
obviously Timothy Chalamet.
Blaster, thermal detonator, paper airplanes, spare parts, and R2-D2.
With a star-studded ensemble featuring the galaxy's most eccentric cast, the Galactic Menagerie is the most delightful...
The head tilts are the best part.
Starring Timothy Chalamet, Scarlett Johansson, Edward Norton, Bill Murray, Jeff Goldblum, William Dafoe, Adrian Brody, and Owen Wilson.
Wow.
Coming to theaters this summer, may the Force be with you.
Wow. Dude, so fucking good. Ooh, all right, hold on. There's another one too. There's definitely another one too. It's this same person. Yeah, let's go to Curious Refuge here. Yeah. I believe it's all their stuff. Yeah, pause. Avatar by Wes Anderson. I haven't seen that one yet. The Lord of the Rings one is really good. Oh, the Lord of the Rings one's amazing.
The universe lies an enchanting planet. This summer, Wes Anderson brings a human touch to James Cameron's eccentric
This one's
world,
brand new to me.
The Peculiar Pandora Expedition. Introducing Jake Sully, a former Marine who embarks on a life-changing mission to explore this scenic land.
Adrian Brody plays the main character, huh?
Grace Augustine, Jake is transformed into a Na'vi avatar, giving him the chance to experience Pandora's beauty.
I like how it's just the same thing with blue face paint.
And compassionate Neytiri, Jake discovers peculiar creatures, fantastical landscapes, and extraterrestrial flirtations.
Video log 103. Today I rode a banshee, ate some berries, and discovered allegorical references to 17th century colonialism.
But as the human agenda threatens Pandora's delicate balance, Jake must choose between his own kind and the people he's come to love.
To win this battle we'll need arrows, obtainium, loincloths for censorship, mech suits, a typewriter, and unobtainium.
Critics unanimously.
To be obtained.
This feels
I love it, the fact that it was empty and it just said, to be obtained.
Na'vi by the end.
And what up, Indy? Thank you for the lurk over there. I appreciate you.
Paltrow,
You're the
Timothée
best, man.
Chalamet,
Thank you.
Angelica Houston, Luke Wilson, Jason Schwartzman, Tilda Swinton, Bill Murray, and Owen Wilson.
Wow.
Comes this meticulously crafted tale of adventure, passion, and vibrant
Wow.
lives. In theaters this summer. Kia Va Me. Thanks for watching. Want to learn how to create AI trailers like this one? Check out our AI filmmaking course at curiousrefuge.com. In the quaintest corner of Middle-earth,
Here we go, last one.
embark on an epic journey unlike any you've experienced before. This winter, Wes Anderson presents a heartwarming and quirky adaptation of a beloved classic, The Whimsical Fellowship. Meet Frodo Baggins, an unassuming hobbit, chosen for an extraordinary task. Guided by the enigmatic
The
wizard
feet were not hairy enough.
Frodo embarks on a captivating journey with a colorful crew. Follow these heroes as they traverse idyllic countrysides and enchanted forests, bound together by a mission to save their world from looming darkness.
Our quest is clear. We must destroy the One Ring, overcome the eccentricities of our newfound fellowship, and perhaps learn the true meaning of friendship along the way. For this adventure, we'll require a walking stick, antique maps, breakfast, the Ring of Power, a pipe, a sword, and second breakfast.
Featuring an illustrious cast of Middle-earth's most distinctive inhabitants, starring Timothée Chalamet, Bill Murray, Tilda Swinton, Edward Norton, Leia Seydoux, Benicio del Toro, Adrian Brody, Bob Balaban, Jeff Goldblum, Ben Stiller, Christoph Waltz, Willem Dafoe.
Willem Dafoe as Smeagol is so good, actually.
Unique interpretation of Tolkien's
It'd be so good.
Journey into theaters this summer, and remember, not all those.
It'd be so good. Oh,
Be sure to subscribe to our channel.
he is the ultimate person. Dude, Gollum for Willem Dafoe? How was that not the original casting? How was that not the original casting? Okay? Right? He does that whole meme like he's so good. Like it's perfect. Absolutely perfect. That's fine, Kinslayer. You're just missing the point. It's okay. So, let's get back to some code. That was amazing, right? Like, super good. Hell yeah. Alright, so, next little bits. We did this, and that should improve some of this. Oh, is that a Clerks 2 quote? Yeah, I've seen Clerks 2 maybe once. I definitely remember a line or two. In the heat of the moment, X is okay. If Rosario Dawson says so, I'll believe it. Okay, that's fine. No big deal. I'll take it. It's fine. Yeah, I get it. Cool. Nailed it. No big deal. All right, so the how, right? Literally TypeScript. We need to go grab that snippet. Let's do that. And yeah, shit, I forgot the name. It was Smiling something, right? Shit. Something Chunks? Small Chunks? Is that it? I know I'm fucking it up. I'm sorry. Does alcohol make me snore? Not that I know of. I've only had one person ever tell me that I snore. And I've totally slept next to a fair amount of people that have told me that I don't snore. So I don't know, like, it's tricky. As far as I know, I don't snore. That said, I typically sleep on my side. I'm not a back sleeper. So maybe that has something to do with it. I actually have a major, like, phobia of sleeping on my back. Like, seriously, a major phobia of back sleeping. How many people can we actually recognize that have died due to asphyxiating vomit? Right? Or aspirating vomit. Like, gnarly. Real bad. It killed Jimi Hendrix. It killed Janis Joplin. It's killed like major musicians throughout the years, and probably countless untold non-famous people. Right? Sleeping on your back while having alcohol in your system is a very clear recipe for, hey, you're gonna puke a little bit in your sleep and you're gonna actually aspirate that into your lungs and no one's around and you're dead. If you don't know, aspirating stomach acid into your lungs is a very, very, very quick way to die. Again, you know the alcohol thing that you just asked about? Yeah, I tend to drink it sometimes. What they were on actually matters very little towards the fact that all it takes is sleeping on your back with an upset stomach, maybe vomiting in your sleep, and you're dead. There are people that have never done any of that, and they still vomit in their sleep, lying on their back, and they're dead. I've had a fear of that for way too long. Maybe it's not something I need to worry about, but I sleep on my side because of it, right? Due to a possibly irrational fear of such thing. But it's the way I sleep now. I sleep on my side. There's actually comments and like stuff about like, yeah, sleeping on your back isn't even good for your back unless you have something under your knees. because it actually like pushes your back into like a weird alignment. Sleeping on your side is the best thing for your spine. It's crazy, isn't it? Or sorry, not on your back, on your side. People with back problems, like lower back especially, do you sleep on your back? Chair will totally help. Get a chair that you can support your spine with, etc. But also, seriously, sleeping on your back ain't it for your back, right? If you do want to do some like spinal alignment, relaxing your back muscles to let like, you know, things like do whatever, your actually best bet is to like raise your knees up and like, you know, like you're crouched almost, like your knees are like perpendicular like a fucking V, and you're just sleeping on your back. You know what's even better than that? If you can actually realign your spine, like relax your back muscles while having your actual like shins perpendicular to your spine. So you're actually like sitting, but laying on your back. So like your legs are still that like curl, technically, hopefully like straighter, right? That's actually the best thing you can do for your spine when you're having lower back, like not necessarily like vertebrae issues or like the cartilage between them, but more like just tired muscles of your back. The number one way to actually relax your back muscles is to do that one, right? So you lay on your back flat and you have something that lets you like bring your hips up and then rest your legs on some other thing that keeps your back straight and aligned, and your legs are not actually like having to deal with like the supination or pronation or whatever it is, right? It's crazy. Like, yeah. I've done that for ages when my back is extremely tired from doing some bullshit, and it's the number one most effective thing I've ever done for back pain. Now keep in mind, this is from like acute back pain from actually like doing work, and it's muscle soreness. If you're dealing with like vertebrae and like cartilage issues, well, that's a totally separate thing. They're doing a Mallrats sequel? That sounds amazing. I'd watch that. Fuck yeah. I want to see a Dogma sequel. How about that? Can we do that? That'd be way better. But yeah, real quick, let me check on this. Ooh, people really like the comments on the Astro thing. Yeah, let's go look at it. Let's get back into what we're doing. I know, I take my sweet ass time, don't I? But stressing about getting shit done is a clear way to make yourself not want to work on any of this shit. So don't stress about any of it. The less stress, the more you actually want to do it. So it's not a sprint, it's a marathon for every single thing we do. And someone commented earlier, that was Adam, basically. Adam said he really admires the way that I can just like chill and like, you know, just bounce from project to project, like from productivity to not being productive, like no big deal. Like, yeah, oh, it's this amazing thing I can do. You all can do it. The key is not stressing about being productive. Productivity will happen. Just let it happen and enjoy doing what you do. And the more you enjoy it, the more you'll actually do it. It's crazy. And it's a very similar effect to like, well, yeah, you could run for 40 minutes, probably like twice a week. Cool. You know what's better? Running for 15 minutes every day. Easier to make yourself do, and actually more time spent running per week. It's not about lifting weights to the point where your muscles are burnt the fuck out and you can't do anything else. It's about being able to work out tomorrow and the day after and the day after that and the day after that, right? Consistent progress is more important than big jumps. And there's actually a meme about this, right? Ladder, rungs, progress, cartoon. I hope this is it. I try and look it up every single fucking time. I know, I'm fucking that one up. Hold on, hold on. No, this is the meme, actually, right? If you have small steps that you can keep, like, delivering progress upon, it's way better than trying to make a giant jump every time you're trying to do something. You will actually get more progress done over time. It doesn't feel like you're getting as much done, sure, but it's actually more progress, right? So the feeling of progress versus the actual measurability of progress, those things are actually in contention with each other. Because good progress doesn't even feel like progress sometimes. Sustainable progress doesn't even feel like you went anywhere until you look back at maybe 5 steps ago, 5 rungs ago, whatever. Does that actually make a whole shitload of sense about the way that I actually, like, use this stream and, you know, make it be what I want it to be? I really hope, like, this diagram or this, like, cartoon actually exemplifies the entire aspect of how I learn in general. It's about steady, measurable progress that isn't necessarily, like, a huge jump in progress. It may feel like a plateau for a long time, but it's actually like, dude, you're actually making jumps that you just don't see most of the time. The best kind of learning is iterative, not massive jump-based. And when I say best, I mean a very specific thing. I mean actually, like, sustainable. I mean actually something someone can do. Sure, you might make a giant leap and it makes you feel really good, but then did you take a week off? Could you have made the same or more progress by just doing, like, iterative, like, smaller jumps? Probably. Again, one thing I want to point out is I'm not lecturing at all. I'm pointing out things I recognize about myself, and y'all either feel the same way or you don't. Like, that's not a big deal. But at least, like, the logic and the way I'm explaining these things should at least help you rationalize certain aspects of your own learning, right? I think that's important. None of this shit happens overnight. Relying upon giant leaps in understanding, like the right side here, is wrong. All of this stuff is small steps building up to a lot of progress that you won't even notice in the moment. And the key is looking back at where you were X amount of time ago. 6 months ago. Did you actually know all the stuff you know now? Hell no. Did you track all this stuff as, like, milestones that you needed to know and understand? Hell no. You simply learn stuff little by little, and all of a sudden you are a smarter, better person than you were 6 months ago. Easily. Like, software dev wise. I'm not trying to say anything else other, like, you know, like, emotionally or in some, like, other unsubstantial, or not substantial as the term, but more like less obviously measurable way. I'm talking strictly about the measurable things we do. Exactly, Dion. Very good point. Like, Leon makes some really, really good points. He's a very smart person. Now, keep in mind, though, 10 hours put in on Saturday and then 10 hours on Sunday is technically more time, right? Like, measurably, it's more time, but is it, like, actually, like, valuable time? And that's where I kind of, like, get to the point of, like, hey, company I work for, are you getting 8 hours a day from me? Hell no. I can't think of a single company that has ever gotten 8 hours a day from me. But you know what they actually get? The first X amount of hours that matter. The first 3 to 4 hours a day of coding and looking at just like code in general and doing work stuff and all that are the most valuable hours. I'd rather put in those 3 to 4 hours every day versus taking weekends off, you know? And I recognize that 4 hours is not a full 40. At some point, though, the people that expect a full 40 are just looking at the hour metric versus like the value I deliver during those hours. If I'm giving them my best hours 7 days a week, there is some type of value to be derived from the fact that I'm not slogging through the last half of the day 5 days a week. You know? Yeah, most people are not productive after the first, like, 4 hours of real work every day anyway. They're just waiting for the next day and hoping that no one calls them out for the fact that they're probably watching YouTube videos or something. So at the end of the day, like, just recognize hours put in are only valuable based upon the quality of those hours. If you can invest your best hours on a recurring basis more often than someone that would expect a 9 to 5 button seat, you're probably delivering more value, actually. And that's what we're actually paid to do. We're not paid to be a butt-in seat from 9 to 5. We're paid to actually deliver value. So I think that's important. Everyone out there, recognize it. No big deal. Don't feel bad about it. It's fine. It is what it is. It's, you know, it's a thing. But deliver value more so than worrying about the hours you worked. Any company that cares more about the hours you worked rather than like the quality of those hours is really not a great company to work for. It's very simple, actually. You learn better when you're relaxed. That's a thing people won't actually like quantify and tell you either. When you are stressed, your ability to absorb knowledge is diminished. When you're relaxed, you're at the best you'll ever be. So again, anything that makes you stress out during work is probably fucking up because you're not going to retain any of that stuff. So yeah, does this Sonar have to use the restroom? Yeah, totally. So BRB, I'm gonna go use the restroom. I'll be right back. Limer mackerel. Hey, holy mackerel. Ooh, I'd love to listen to some Les Claypool and the Holy Mackerel right now. I'm gonna have to hold that for another moment though. But hell yeah, Limer, thank you. One Eels? I don't know how to pronounce your name. It was like 41 minutes ago. Holy shit. Nuffly, I think I called out, but Eels, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Is it Tealds instead? Like, do I treat the one as like a T? If you're still out there, let me know how to pronounce that better, please. But Limer, thank you. Hell yeah. I gotta go pee. Gotta use the restroom. We're gonna hack on what we're doing. I'm gonna go heat up the oven right now so I can get some chicken pot pies heating up. Eventually, right? They take like 40 minutes to cook anyway, so it'll take the oven a good 15 to 20 minutes. I'll throw the pot pies in, that's like a good 40. And yeah, we're like an hour away from me actually ending this stream. Bare minimum. I'll probably forget about the oven and have to like reheat again, but it'll at least have some heat like contained, so we're good. But let me go pee. BRB. See you in a second. I am back. Here we go. So yeah, people lurking over on, you know, the thing. Thank y'all so much. If you could throw a lurk over on the red platform, that would help me out massively. Like in the best way. But again, not expected, not a big deal. Let me cram some of this terrible food in my belly. Yeah. These Cheetos hot fries are so good. Hey, G-Bone, thank you there, being on the thing. Alright, so let's continue what we're doing. I know we're ranting a bit, kind of what we do. Let me go look at my presentation a bit. I know, we ranted, we did our thing. I want to fill in... Yeah, I want to fill in the TS portion of this talk. Ooh, Eric Hahn, that's a very good question. Wait, Eric, is that Dion? No, that's not Dion. That's a different person. Sorry, my bad. So I used to make this joke with my coworkers that totally did use chopsticks. This trackpad is a finely seasoned wok. Right? Just think about all the flavors living on this wok, if you will. Right? There's something powerful about that. My coworkers that used the chopsticks, when I said that line, oh yeah, my trackpad's a finely seasoned wok. I believe at least one of them did a little bit of a like type movement, you know, like right? They gagged a little bit, right? Totally. I'm okay with it. I got flavors for days on this trackpad. Yeah, that's not Dion. Sorry. But yeah, Eric, you know, it's a thing. How much delay is there between what? Like this platform and the red platform? It should be, I think actually the red platform has less delay. Are you asking about the delay of a trackpad? I don't know, I'm not gaming with it, so like the cycles wasted don't matter to me. If I was gaming with a trackpad, I'd probably be bummed. But I don't know. So yeah, how's everyone doing? You enjoying your Tuesday? Anyone got fun plans for the rest of the week? What are you up to today? Like, shout out any of it. I'm interested. Like, I'm actually legitimately interested. I know some streamers will say, well, what are you up to? And then not even, like, even interact with what you said. I actually care. I want to know what you guys are doing. Shit. Because technically, Split Chunks out there is working on a tool that's very relevant to what we're doing, right? Geller-wise and all, which is cool. You know, it's interesting. So Michael, yeah, your timing. On the Red platform as well, yeah, if you pause, it's way back on the pause. On Twitch, it may be like, I'm pretty sure a pause on a Twitch stream only puts you back maybe like 15 minutes or so, max. Like, eventually they'll just like reroute you back to like where you were. I think it's like even closer to like 5 minutes max. But until you reach 5 minutes of like lag time, I don't think they do much. So yeah, that's where people have been like, oh my god, there's like a 30-second lag. Could you just refresh? I bet you're good. Right? And the lag time is, for those people, when they get to like the 30 seconds, I believe it's actually created by the fact that they're losing or dropping frames, and somehow Twitch just isn't like catching back up properly, which is weird. I'm not positive, but I think it's something like that. Green platform. Is that one Kick? No, I'm not on Kick. Yeah, let's go middle out, man. And hold up, Dion, I'm gonna do this, not only because you deserve it, but also because I'd maybe like to free up another VIP slot at some point. And, like, honestly, Dion, you totally fucking earned it. So, yeah. Appreciate you, man. Thank you. Thank you. No. Thank you. Do you realize how much bullshit Dion's put up with me, like, from on, like, the gaming stream? Holy shit, man. Yeah. Trial by fire. Dion's the man. Thank you, Dion. And I'm still probably saying your name wrong. I think it's fine, right? If you'd like me to pronounce it better, just remind me a couple times. As good as I like to think my memory is, pronouncing people's names is not something I'm good at. Like, as far as, like, remembering how they wanted it pronounced, that's not something my brain would do automatically. So TS, literally TypeScript. Let's go look at the snippet for that. Let's fill in these blanks. I have to give this presentation tomorrow, right? So I'd like to get this actually filled out and fill in the blanks in a way that makes it to where I don't have to fill in the blanks tomorrow, because tomorrow is a day for like practicing this shit. Now I got other Rust to do, right? We got Rust code to make. I'm really happy that we figured out the bug or like the issues that they were complaining about before, and now we actually just need to like evaluate this to a proper Boolean with the right logic, and that's much easier actually. Nope. Did you do that just now? Dude, we can just undo that. I'm sorry, I don't think I saw it. So yeah, any mods, if you have access to the rewards queue, just refund MK Slug. And then when you're ready, like, yeah, no big deal. I don't even have, like, the channel point sound transitions turned on right now because I'm messing that part up. Like, something about my audio setup's broken, and I just don't feel like dealing with it yet. Sorry. Thank you, Filter. Ah, my mods are the best. All of them. God, yeah, everyone over on the Red platform, y'all are the best. This is the most productive live stream I've had at all on the Red platform, which is awesome. Like, I'll be hitting that, like, 4,000, like, hours, etc. real quick if I just keep it up and y'all keep it up too, which is just awesome. So thank y'all. Like, just the best. Everyone that can throw a lurk on multiple channels at once, up to you, but I'd appreciate it. It's only that way with me calling it out every once in a while, right? So you know, it wouldn't be there organically. Again, like Michael, you don't have to. Technically, after 3K, I start making money as long as I have the 1,000 subs. For the 4K, it's like I make more, I guess. I forget like the cutoff and what means for the, like what one means for the other. But yeah, 4K is really the number to look at, and yeah, I believe that's the one. So yeah, good call. Based on the numbers today, we're already at 20-something plus, like, hours added. If we can keep that up for 200 days and produce video content, we're there, man. We're fucking there. That I'm not sure of, Michael. Let me point out here on Twitch, I make about 500 bucks a month. I'm not saying I can pay my rent with it. And I've totally considered that, like, you know, it's nice, it's cool. It's actually a huge amount as far as Twitch streamers go. And I've had people at, like, the meetups who asked me, like, how much do you make from streaming? And I said that number, and they're like, wait, really? Right? And it, like, blew their mind that it was just free money, you know, just for doing a thing that I wanted to do anyway. So, yeah, it fucking blew their mind. Like, crazy-wise. I mean, 500 bucks a month is something you gotta really work up to. Takes time, right, for it to be consistent, etc. But, dude, like, Michael, just remember, you do not need some crazy fucking 4K camera on your stream at all. You don't need half the shit I got set up. You can get a C920 and kill it, and you're good, man. He has like 300,000 views on some videos on YouTube, and we have similar viewership here. Right? Wait, your streams are 360p? Are you just saying, like, you can't do it because your, like, upload bandwidth is constrained? Yeah, what do you mean by that, Michael? I'm really curious. Like, all you need is, like, a C920, like, 1080p camera with good lighting, and that's seriously all you need until you're actually making money from streaming. Right? It's a $100 webcam with good lights that cost you maybe $100, and you're done. A good mic will maybe, like, definitely help, for sure, but, like, it's not the crazy investment a lot of people actually think it is. You don't need to be at, like, the pinnacle of production quality, because that's not what programming's about at all. Like, no one gives a shit. You're in most streams, you're a little box in, like, the corner of the thing. Like, you're like the smallest, most insignificant part of the entire thing. Oh, you don't go on cam? You just, oh, I got you there, Michael. I would say camera will get you more viewers. It's just broadly that simple. I'm sorry, I am of the mind that I think a camera is essential. There are people that make it work, like Automated and a couple others. They're the edge case, not the common case. And I'm talking about purely for like programming streams. I still think the camera is hugely worth it, Michael. If you don't want to do a camera, do a VTuber thing, man. Yeah, just do the VTuber thing, then. Fuck it, no big deal. But having something is better than nothing. So, Michael, what you're getting at is that you don't have a capture card. Right? So for you, yeah, building up a stream PC that allows you to capture your speedrun PC into your stream PC, and there's no lag lost, etc., because your speedrun PC is pure performance and it's just outputting a fucking view. That's the move, man. That's it. And then your stream PC is just, you know, your VTuber, your whatever, right? So yeah, Michael, what I'm getting at now is like, yeah, you actually are trying to stream from the same machine that you're doing the speed runs on, and that shit never works. I'm sorry, like, it's just terrible. It's a bad experience. I don't know very many streamers that actually do the single stream PC thing, right? The stream PC and the game PC are the same machine. They do it, sure, but they're actually paying a huge cost because of it. Just performance-wise, quality-wise, etc. Yeah, no, what I'm getting at, Michael, is you could probably build a good enough stream PC for less than $500, right? And you would probably never need to touch it again for like 5 years. So yeah, I know that's probably outside of your budget right now, but it's way more inside of your budget than massively upgrading your laptop, right? Right? Way more in budget than buying a gaming PC, right? So yeah, I just want to throw that out there. One interesting bit is, if you wanted to invest in a proper gaming PC, what you have right now could act as your stream PC. And that's a move too. Then you don't need to spend the $500, you're just, you know, buying a really nice fucking gaming PC, and you're treating the laptop as the stream PC that just captures the output of the other PC. The dual PC setup, I feel like it's essential. I feel bad for people that don't have the budget to do it otherwise, because I used to actually like stream my gaming stream from my gaming PC. My gaming PC used to be my stream PC, right? But when I was gaming from the same PC I was streaming from. That shit just didn't work. And I got a 1080 in there that fucking nails it. I can play all sorts of games at maximum settings for 1080p, no problem, with a 1080 like GT, right? It's crazy how still massively viable my 1080 graphics card is for 1080 gaming. I know. It's almost like the name matters or something. It doesn't, right? Completely unrelated. But still, like, dude, you don't need a 4080 to play most games at 1080p. I get you, Michael. Yep, I'm not trying to guilt you. I'm just pointing out that is like the ideal. Get a stream PC and a game PC separated via a capture card, right? A very simple 1080p capture card is like 20 to 40 bucks, like not a big deal. Right? We just showed a thing where you could build one for like 10 bucks. So you say you're doing chat from your phone. Could you establish just, like, do you have an older phone that could act as a webcam? I don't know. Again, like, I'm not sure. Do whatever you want. I want to point it out. Ahem. One of the major people behind Astro just liked both my tweets about Astro being the definitive solution for a Reveal.js that has interactive content. I would love to do a sponsored stream for that. Not comfortable with it. I get you there, Michael. I see. You do whatever you want to do. I'm just curious, like, why? Yeah, I right? And it's almost like a... It's almost like a psychology session that you're not paying me for. So I'm not trying to go too deep, but like really, like I would try and dig into the why of why you're not comfortable on camera. I don't think he'd like me saying so, but just look at Asmongold. Do you think he is a person that belongs in front of the camera? Not according to like really superficial people. Hell no. Hell no. But it works. Would he actually be successful without his camera? I don't think so. Right? It's not about being Hollywood fucking attractive. Nah, man. If you're worried about being Hollywood attractive, like, you'll never get there, because how many of us actually are? Don't worry about it. Like, no big deal. Maybe risk of recognition, like being seen, like, oh shit, like, oh my god, someone saw me doing a thing and like now I'm canceled and I no longer have a job. I could get that. Maybe just don't make content that would get you canceled. That actually sounds like the easier problem to solve, in my opinion. Now, granted, there are people that have some major issues with things I've said here online, and I don't even think those things I said here online really represent my opinion about the situation, etc. But I was maybe caught on camera saying things that aren't great. I'm banned in a couple channels because of it. I would really love the benefit of the doubt in which they would simply recognize, did I actually mean it offensively in that way? No. No. Right? But by immediately writing me off due to a bad moment, it's a very superficial way of judging someone. And most of the people that have done so would really not like someone doing the same thing to them. In my stream. I'm not going to fault them for banning me because of it. I simply raised a concern in their chat saying, hey, I'd like to be unbanned. I don't think I did anything in your chat that would really make me persona non grata. However, I said some things under a moment of duress, because it really was a moment of duress, that I would love to reframe and rephrase and say in a better way. Oh, I know MK Slug. There's a lot of people that don't like me. There's a couple that I think took me out of context, and then the others, yeah, totally. We don't get along. That's fine. But the couple that I think took me out of context, or at least took me at like what I said in a moment of heavy intoxication, yeah, was I picking the best words to actually say what I meant? No, not at all. And then there's other people that I fundamentally disagree with on like a personal level. They're very different. No, Michael, it got oddly personal, and I messed up in my phrasing and framing of my arguments. And I get it. They're not even banned here because of it, right? They're just simply not mods because I'm not sure I can trust them to like think objectively. I removed their mod shit. They're not banned though, because I still respect them as individuals. And I'm really just speaking out about, as far as I know, only 2 people. Every other ban, yeah, you know, there's probably a good reason. We just fundamentally disagree on what it takes to be a good person. So yeah, people that pose in front of mirrors. It's gonna be real hard to actually agree with that person. But yeah, the people that came in here on like April Fool's Day. If you really think I am that much of like a negative personality towards the cause, I get you. But I don't think I am. I think I simply was especially called out in the moment for things I didn't even mean, but someone misconstrued what I said. And then also simply like I didn't explain what I meant properly. So yeah, there's 2 streams I'm thinking about specifically that I get it. They're not banned in my channel because I actually get where they're coming from. The fact that they won't give me any leeway to actually discuss and understand what I meant, that's kind of an issue. Oh, I have hate watchers. Absolutely, MK Slug. I would love it if you could whisper who some of those people are. But I know for a fact at least a couple of them. Yeah, we definitely have hate watchers. For sure. Abdu has had the same hate watchers reach out to him as well. So again, let me just point this out. I think it's actually kind of crazy. And it relates to the film Private Parts. There is a moment in the film in which Paul Giamatti, the producer of Howard Stern's segments, who really doesn't like him, but it's a job and he's got to do his job, right? He's asking an intern or someone who does the analysis, etc., right? They ask the intern, hey, you know, what's up? And they're like, well, yeah, hold up. Here's the numbers. So the people that like Howard Stern are usually just watching to see what he's going to say next. Okay, and how much of his audience is that? Like 60%, maybe 70%. So wait, you're saying there's like 30% of people that don't like him? That still watch him? Why are they watching? The survey says they want to see what he's going to say next. Right? So the haters and the fans are there for the exact same reason. It's kind of like really interesting and kind of like beautiful in the way they phrased it in the film. right? Like, it's crazy. The haters and the fans are actually there for the exact same reasons. They just want to see what he's gonna say next. Now, I'm not looking for, like, Howard Stern-focused audiences. Like, that shit would suck. Right. That's my point, MK Slug. They've been banned already, and they're still watching. It just means I don't want to hear them chat. I don't want to see their chat messages. I don't care if they watch. I really don't care if they're watching. The moment they chat, they suck. For the most part. Not everybody who's been banned, but the majority of people who have been banned are banned for that exact reason. They just fucking suck. My bad. So yeah, got a minute. He used to be interesting. Yeah, I would assume nowadays Howard Stern is not the thing that actually got him famous, right? And now he's famous and he doesn't have to worry about shit, right? He can just coast along on his notoriety, right? But the film Private Parts has that moment in which, like, no, it's totally about, like, 90s era Howard Stern when it was, like, make it or break it type shit. And, like, he totally could have been, like, drowned out by all sorts of shit that just disregarded him, right? But instead, he had those moments in which people were there for him whether they liked him or not. And that is interesting. At some point, your haters are your fans. They're just a different kind of fan. It's really weird. Really interesting. I'm not trying to embrace that shit. I'm not trying to give them back the privileges to talk. But if they want to watch, I can't stop them. Got a minute? I'm gonna assume you didn't mean anything by that. But yeah, like, it's actually like NASCAR. Half the people watching NASCAR are there to watch, like, good racing and hang out and, like, you know, whatever. No, I knew you didn't mean it that way. I'm just having fun, right? Like, half the people watching NASCAR at that stadium are there for the racing itself and, like, you know, the people that they're fans of, etc. And then the other 50% are easily people that are just looking for a car wreck, people that just want to party. And sometimes those two things overlap a bit, like Venn diagram-wise. But still, like, half the people at NASCAR, easily, I'm not trying to, like, solidify and say, like, that's the number. I'm just saying, like, fuzzily, half the people at a NASCAR event are there to see the wrecks or there to fucking party. And then the other half are actually there because they like NASCAR. Yeah, entertainment is subjective at that point. So yeah, I get that. Like, totally a thing, man. At any given hockey event, half the people are there just to see a fight and get hammered. Right? Maybe the fight, maybe the hammering are separate, but their Venn diagram overlaps enough that it's the same thing. And then the other half are there because they like hockey. It's kind of weird. It's kind of interesting, right? I bet my oven turned off already. What else am I gonna do on a Tuesday night in which, like, my majority of friends that I play games with during the week aren't available? Well, shit. Oh my god, I just poured water into an empty glass. Water? Like from the toilet? The color of that beverage ain't right. There's no whiskey in that. Pioneers used to ride these baby for miles. Alright, so yeah, that ain't it. Let me go grab the next one. BRB. See you in a sec. Heyo! Alright, so how's everyone doing? You enjoying your day? What y'all up to? You ready for it? This initial pop is usually the good one. That had some ASMR to it. That was good. That was great. That one was good. Let's exfoliate our skin with that whiskey real quick. Boom. Damn right, motherfucker. Damn right, motherfucker. I want these motherfucking foons off my plane. Right? Damn right. Foon. It's a good sound, man. You try and make that sound on your own, you're gonna keep making that sound because it just feels so good. Closing some tabs, doing my thing. Ooh, we got some good likes on them tweets. Hey. Hold on. Alright, hold on. Yeah, really cool. Fuck yeah. DM Mulroy, Mr. Sir, thank you. Yeah, dude. Hell yeah. I'm really, like, stoked on the engagement. Like, all y'all that helped make that tweet better, fuck yeah. You're the best. Like, thank you, everyone. Alright, so back to the thing we're doing. I know, I keep getting distracted. We need a snippet of the Typescript code that's doing some of this magic. And Geller itself is doing that main logic. Ooh, I ended up using TS Morph for this one. Right, so what I'm digging into and maybe trying to figure out better is that I'm not using raw TypeScript for this. Nope, that ain't it. Let me look at the thing I have here at work. I'm using TS Morph for that too. Shit. What did I use, like, core TypeScript on? Huh. Index, sure. It wasn't actually Geller? Shit, what was I using raw TypeScript on? Oh, hold up. Okay, so that's it. think that's actually the important part. Okay, so we end up doing handlers and we map over. Hold on, I have a thing I need to shout out in another thing. And yeah, how's everyone doing? You enjoying your Friday? Anything special? Please shout it out. If you're on either platform, I will respond to your chat. All you gotta do is say hi. Transformers. And yeah, side project time and updating VMs. Interesting, G-Bone. Okay. When you say updating VMs, you mean like updating the OS in those VMs? In like the VPSs, etc.? Is that right? Ah, okay. Yeah. No, that's totally worth it. Hell yeah, man. That's a good move. That's the thing you gotta do. Yeah, you gotta regatta. We're already at 7:38 p.m. At this point, I have to go in and work on this tomorrow, so I will be streaming tomorrow to solidify the presentation I have to give tomorrow night. It's a lightning talk. So I get it. Hold on. Right? Like, hey, hold on, wait, let me like line it up better. Pretty good, right? Hell yeah. I just lined up with that image that was the bottom half of my face. No big deal. Super good. No problem. But yeah, so I do have things that I need to fill in, like stuff for this, right? Yeah, we got stuff I have to do tomorrow. I think that's all there is to it. And what up, Denzel? Hey, I saw you like shouting me out and saying hi in a stream I was lurking. What was it? Yesterday, day before? How you doing, man? I've seen that you've been doing like the car detailing thing. Like, cool, man. Yeah, interesting content. Way harder to build up an audience than like streaming tech, though, right? Oh shit. Hold up. Were you part of some like Netflix layoffs? I don't think I realized that. I'm sorry, man. I didn't know that. I feel like I probably could have put 2 and 2 together, but I'm really bad at that sometimes. Word, man. Yeah, I got nothing recommendation-wise, but oh, yeah, people don't quit jobs, they quit managers. Yeah, totally. I gotcha. Here's the worst part. Whether you left on your own terms or not, it doesn't matter to anyone actually looking at your resume. So you show, like, you totally should have made them fire you. Because then you got unemployment, and then, like, you're not under the gun to get something new here soon. Because at the end of the day, fired or quit is meaningless. Oh, you still got severance from it. Okay. From a quit. Okay. Yeah, no, you're good then. I know you got a family and shit, so that's the only reason I'm like saying like, oh shit, make sure you're getting your money, right? It's actually super easy to get fired. It's harder to get fired without actual cause, but you can still make it happen, right? No one out there should optimize or deal with or like really like prefer these things. Like, keep that in mind. All I'm saying is, at some point, get yours, right? Because the company got theirs already, you know? But yeah, as far as what we're working on right now, I've got some of these blanks filled out. I don't have every blank filled out. And this one right here is extremely short. That one, right? Feed me, Seymour. Damn right. So I need to add some content there. To do, feed me, Seymour. Solution. If we look at what we got, yeah, there's more I gotta fill in for sure, but there's no like obviously blank things. So yeah, we got some work to do tomorrow that I can totally like talk to and give a presentation about, and we'll do it. Like, no big deal. I think I am running out of steam for today though. So the main gist is we should totally go raid someone. I should have had these pot pies cooking already. The oven probably turned off. Whatever. We'll be gaming here in a bit. It'll be fine. I'll see y'all on gaming stream. Maybe I play some more League of Legends. I did it yesterday. It was fine. It worked out. Where am I from? Earth. Welcome. No, I live in Washington State. Near Seattle, but not quite Seattle. Yeah, I know where he's filming next. Yeah. I like making the joke about the Earth thing and all that, but yeah. No, appreciate you. Thank you for chilling. We gotta go raid someone, though. Like, who's streaming? Like, who... Is Prime going right now? You mean I have a chance to go raid Prime? We're gonna go raid Prime, because he's awesome, man. He's the best. Yeah, we're gonna go do that right now. All right, so we're gonna go say hi to Prime. I see a bunch of people that are lurking over there that totally should have been lurking here. I'm kidding, by the way. It's fine, I get it. You can only lurk one stream properly. You get to pick and choose which one. It's fine. I get it. Prime is in major coding mode, and he's like ignoring comments, or as far as like some people think, maybe. But no, Prime's killing it. He's in the zone. I feel bad for rating Prime now because it feels like he's in the zone. But yeah, no, we're gonna go do it. We're gonna go say hi. He is talking about JavaScript performance, and you know that matters. Let's go see. Later.
Just got done following, but if you look all the way up here, okay, just a little bit beforehand, you know what you see? You know what you see? He gave me a Twitch Prime, okay? This is what we call champ status. You commit. Then you look okay? You commit. You committed to love. Okay? Ligma jokes, those are also very good. Not as good as these, though, okay? I just wanted to let you know. And also, Benny Lava90, thank you very much for the brand new Twitch Prime. Nailed it. It's the best. Sneaky Pete. Bathroom ramen? Absolutely. Hey, thank you for Lexzone. I appreciate that. Bad Kip, brand new, back-to-back Twitch Primes. Things are feeling good. I don't think things can get any better at all. Actually, they could have got better, Karen. Now that I'm in here, why do you want me in here? What the hell am I doing in here, Karen? You want me to go out there and tell them that they're joining too fast? We need to slow down. We have security measures. Minimum stool sample. Karen, those are all words I will not be using. And I want you to know that. It is disrespectful for you to ask me that. Okay? Okay? Griffin, do you have that weird pause when you switch? Do you ever switch scenes with the transition? Do you have a weird pause? I updated OBS and now I have a weird pause. I don't know what it is. I don't know what the hell happened. I don't know why. You know what I mean? Rock Foundation for Soup Karen for our last episode. Thank you. Good. Okay, good. Doing the best Westerns childcare. Wait, what? My sweet switcher is custom, so no. You're a weird pause. Okay, hey, download the malware OBS. Should I try that one out? OBS is a reliable source of chaos. Okay, maybe I need to just reinstall it. Okay, here we go. Property name is missing. I will certainly take care of that. And go like this. And string. Hell yeah. Hell go. What is this thing? iRoom, perfect. Okay, hold on. I just put it in right there. Oh, yeah. Okay, there we go. So there we go. We got that thing going. All right. Wait, what again, buddy? Is not assignable to iRoom, property add, or incompatible. User imports JavaScript performance, blah, 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 blah. Wait, what are they? Oh, classic TypeScript. Let's go. We gotta go right there. Oh man, you fooled me once. Okay, I lost it. Import. Where the hell did this go? Wait. Oh, I don't use it. Your array room as an implementation. No, you don't have to. Welcome to TypeScript. TypeScript, because you. I feel like that could be marker. Maybe a short. I don't know. I thought that'd be a funny short. Can we all agree? Tech savvy, what the? Hey, real question. Does destructuring an array or okay, guys. Okay, Adam Bobatum. Okay, slow down, Adam Bobatum. Okay, don't try to buy me off and give me the meat and give it to me raw. You slow down. Real question. Does destructuring an array or object create a new array or object? I don't think it does if you do something like this, right? If you have like const foo a bar equals I don't know this users, right? That shouldn't create it because you're just plugging. That'd be insane if you did. Now, if you did something like that, that's when it creates a new array bar. You can even see right there the type, it's an array. Whereas this, it's just the thing. It's just a reference, right? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Hey, Adam Bobatum, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Nightshade, dude, I love you so much. TypeScript is good, by the way. Human Air, thank you for the brand new Twitch Prime. Let's go. Okay, let's go. Oh, told you. But VS Code doesn't show me these cool code hits. They do. You just gotta like. They do. Okay, I just want you to know they do. Everything that I'm doing is just standard. Everything that my Vim does are just things that VS Code does. But you have to like make it to it. Okay? And I'm a bugged man. I'm a dude. Hey, you guys got here, I'm a bugged man. Well, hell yeah. Arrow show. Thank you. Language Server 101. Was on YouTube, but open Twitch because I didn't use it. The song is a banger, but don't worry, the banger stuff I'm going to believe you, right? Even though this next song, not a fan of it, I think this song, if I'm not mistaken, is about to get good. And a monochrome. Okay, what the hell's going on here? What the hell's going on here, people? People, why are so many of you following me? Okay, why are so many of you giving me a monochromat? What does your name even mean? Nobody likes that face. Nobody does. Okay, so we got command, let join room. We're gonna filter the rooms, grab this. This is really the first one. We don't actually need to use this. I think find actually works. What is find? Let's see. What is the outcome of find? Find is the first occurrence, right? Returns the value of the first element with the predicate. Okay. Predicate, daddy. There we go. And find it. The room. This dot room dot push room with daddy. Now that room is defined, we can go room dot add user. Let's go. Beautiful, amazing, man. This boy can program. Well but we also need more to the message. So we're gonna do this again. Why not? Why? Porque? Moria not, right? And this feels so much better. Can we agree with that one? Let's see. If message dot what are we gonna call it? What are we gonna call it? If message equals undefined, I'm gonna go like this. I'm not gonna throw new error. I'm gonna go like this. Console error. This user is a oh yeah. Oh no. Oh yes. Got him. Love it. I love Copilot knows. You're a let's say, got it. My wife walked past right now. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that. Hey guys, please keep the ladies away. I don't want any causing any marital strife. Okay. This much raw dog's confidence and Vim speed. They may even think I'm using Arch right now. I mean, it's dangerous. Okay, it's dangerous. Hey, thank you very much. Oh my gosh. Cookies. Bro, what happened with the interpreter? I started doing these classes. I'm going to be teaching a class, and so I'm kind of preparing the material for the class. There we go. Okay. All right. Users fudge. All right. So let's keep on going here. I'm going to zoom it out once. Sorry, everybody. I know it's easier for you to see when it's bigger, but, you know, I like it. This is like a comfortable level for me. Okay, so we're going to do this one, and I'm going to go like this. Hey, guess what, jerk? Hey, guess what, jerk? And I'm going to send it a message and go, you are a jerk. Okay? Boom. Send that message clean out. I like this more. Yeah. Teaching them the appropriate uses of some useful words. Please leave that in for the course. I will. Maybe we can even get the thing to happen live on the course. How cool would that be as if I can get it live on the course? You know what I mean? Like live. Live. Because I got to figure out how do you program all of this in a day such that you have a hotbed of hotness. You know what I mean? Twitch staff, TOS. Why are you being so mean to a user? Pikachu face. Pikachu. All right, there we go. So this should be here. Let's go. Room name equals undefined or this. Okay. If no, we're gonna go like this. We're gonna jump in here and go like this. Let's have a method called private. I don't want to keep typing this out. You know what I'm talking about. String room. Oh my goodness. Room. Or undefined and return this. Return this dot rooms. I don't think I want to, because I feel like I'm just gonna have to keep doing this, and I feel like if I want to make a change to this, it's just so much longer. You know what I mean? I don't know if I always hate abstracting at this point because I kind of feel like this is a worthless abstraction. Can we all agree this is kind of a worthless abstraction? It kind of feels worthless, right? You know what I mean? It's just like I don't want to do that. I don't like doing this. This ain't what I want. This ain't it. This ain't it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not loving it. I'm not loving it. All right, so there we go. We got the room, if not room. Let's go like that, and let's take this and go room. All right, there we go. Copilot didn't want to finish that one for me. Okay, whatever. Night I'm so humble. Thank you. That would have been a good one. Poor rootless jerk. Hey, what are you, rootless jerk? What are you, rootless jerk? This guy's a rootless jerk. This guy is a rootless jerk. Let's return there. Let's return there. Oh man, this code is disgusting. Can we all agree that this code is literal dog water? Can we do that? Can we agree to that? Can we agree that this code is le dog water? for the message. You don't need an if for the message. You don't need an if for the message. Oh, I need an enum. That's gonna solve this problem? Okay. Okay, guy. Don't worry, we're gonna change it. We already know we are. We already know we are. Okay, don't worry. Don't worry. We already know we're doing this. Okay. Let's run this. 9 up, 9 down. Paste this in. Go over here. Rest to 0. Boom. If not room, well, guess what? I mean, I really should go. I really should say something again. This user can't even do nothing right. Boy, you a roomless jerk. Return. There we go. Room dot remove. There we go. User. This all looks about right. So there we go. We got our 3 things. Keep on going. You know what I mean? This freaking stairway to heaven of if cases, man. Yeah. I like how there's 3. I like how there's command can't simultaneously be. Oh yeah, I know. That's why that's an else if. Oh, but oh man, else ifs are. You should never use else ifs. So just do that. I just tuned in for the first time. My brain broke with how fast you edit shit. Yeah, it's called learning your language, man. You should do it. Like you should do it because it's awesome. If quack. Poke dubs. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, don't worry about code to that level. You know what I mean? Don't. Just let it go. It doesn't really matter. I prefer a switch and enums. Really defy us all. I was gonna dunk on you so hard, but then I saw it was defy us all, and I thought, okay, I'll hear your opinion. If it was like a first-time chatter, I might dunk on you. Branchless chats. Yeah, dunk on me, Danny. Whoa! Get that eyeball out of here. I prefer switch and enums. Oh my gosh! Cookies, you just got done subscribing. I'm not gonna dunk on you either. And by the way, JavaScript switches are just the worst. Don't use JavaScript switch, okay? Okay, they are awful. Don't use them. Okay, don't use them. The fact that you don't use Google and just know the syntax and how to do stuff without context in Google is inspiring. Yeah, I mean, it's just practicing a craft long enough, right? There's a real reason why I say this all the time. Learn your programming language. Learn it really good, right? Find one that you like and learn it really good. You know why? Because it benefits you enormous amount, right? An enormous amount of stuff it benefits you just by simply knowing a language. Bar switches, bad chance, they're just cumbersome syntax. It's not like a match statement. It's not pattern matching. It's not exhaustive. It doesn't like do all the compression like a good updated modern match does. It's just like shitty C switch statement. Use the command pattern, sir.
Welcome to
Use the command pattern. Okay, you have 3 potential different arguments. You have join, message, and leave. And you know what the fact is that there could be a future one day in which you may want to add a 4th command. And if you don't prepare for that eventuality at some point, or it's going to happen. No, I'm not moving. Thank you for asking, though. People, let's see, is there a big context switch going from Rust to TS? Nah. Syntax errors, though. Nothing is starting one of those blocks. One of those blocks, right? They meant moron. Oh, yeah, I'm one of those. Yeah. What if the message has white spaces? It's a great question, sir. That's why when you send the message, I should go like that. Okay? Yeah. And then I'm going to go like this and go like this. Length equals 0. Hell yeah, girl. You better send a message, okay? And I guess we're going to join that message. White spaces, okay? Okay. Pounded me 10 times with those subs, okay? Why you gotta do that? think I don't read this? You think I don't just read your eyeballs? Three words. Femboy. Okay? Can you see your future regex patterns? The chat is coming from inside. Charlie, thank you. Comment it out of existence so that it can go away. Okay. What is that? Iron Mouse. Was that Iron Mouse? I've never watched Iron Mouse. I heard cool things about Iron Mouse. I don't know anything about Iron Mouse. JSTS is getting pattern matching at some point. Anxious sweat begins. Yeah, see, every mower. I'm really worried about.
Get me the meat.
And give it to me raw. Thank you, Refactor. It's a great name, by the way. I'm very worried. I'm very worried about this concept of making JavaScript more complicated. Do you know what I mean? What is a pattern? Why are you worried? Just because, JavaScript is already a pretty complex language. It has a lot of things to it, and it just really doesn't need more. And when I mean complex, I mean exceptionally simple language. But it just has like a bunch of shitty sharp edges everywhere. And so, do I want more ways to have shitty sharp edges? Not really, right? I'd actually prefer JavaScript to stay pretty small. You know what I mean? It's a very simple language, but it's a very shitty language. You know what I mean? JavaScript spec is bigger than C++, if I remember this correctly. Damn. Anyways, what's pattern matching? Someone's asking what pattern matching is here. I'll give you a quickie. You want a quickie? You want a quickie on what pattern matching is? Okay, so check this out. I have this enum that has two subtypes to it, right? Circle and rect, and their subtypes.
Alright, so yeah, whatever. Profile, gaming, streaming. Boom. Chilling. Boom. Let's watch a movie. Not that terrible Need for Speed. Let me go reestablish my oven, which totally needs to solve this problem. Oh. Wow, they only have like 5 featured films? Yeah, that's not ideal. First time on Tubi. Ooh. What do they even have? Denise Richards is still acting in movies rather than just collecting the residuals on a career she never had? Huh. Weird. None of these actually look any good. Come to Daddy with Elijah Wood. Yeah, that looks fucking terrible. The First Escape Plan is actually an entertaining film. The first Speed is a bit meh, but watchable. Speed 2 is hot garbage. Band Slam? No, thank you. Child Star Syndrome? Wait. What's her name on the left here? She's considered a child star? Really? Huh. I don't think I would have expected that. You are Eric? That's what I thought. I'm sorry. I didn't want to call you out. I thought I was pretty sure that you were Eric, but yeah, I didn't want to dox you. My bad. I'm sorry. I didn't even need to say it. No big deal. Yeah, my bad. I thought so, but you didn't even have to confirm. It was fine. Oh, 310 to Yuma. That's not the film I thought it was. Shit. I know. I just... That requires effort versus, like, you actually, like, you know, volunteering that. And that's different. So, yeah, my bad, man. I just felt like I shouted it out, and then all of a sudden I felt bad for shouting it out because you didn't reply, and yeah, at that point I realized, oh shit, I shouldn't have done so. That's my bad. I know you didn't mean it that way, but yeah, you know, just saying. My bad. That's all. Ooh, the original Hitman was a good fucking film, man. I'm pretty sure it's not stream safe, but I want to watch it at some point. Dion, I'm going to be honest and tell you that you're not expected to do shit. At all. I'm sorry that you thought there was an expectation of effort. Hell no. Nah, man. I'm actually a little bummed that you thought I expected anything of you. I expect nothing of you here. You just want to lurk and hang out. Fucking, yeah, cool, man. You're not expected to do anything here. You know that, right? I modded you because I trust you. That's it. No expectation of effort. Ever. On any channel. That's fine. Yeah, you're good, man. If you can't hang out on the other stream, like you don't have time for it, that's fine. I still trust you. And it means I have a VIP slot I can give someone else. I mean, it's a win-win at that point, right? Hope you understand that. Like, seriously, there's nothing expected of any mods whatsoever on any channel that I operate. If you can leave a lurk whenever you got time, that's all I'm asking for. I don't know what we're going to watch. Yeah, I don't even know yet. I'm not even sure. Ooh, Overnight Delivery is a fucking classic. I haven't seen that in ages. Mr. Nice Guy is really good too. Yeah, totally. Scanner Darkly is so fucking good. Oh my god. Trojan War is a bit meh, but I could watch it at some point. Okay, so John and Kate plus 8 almost made me lose my fucking, like, appetite. Fuck that bullshit. Oh, the original Highlander. The original Highlander? The Manhattan Project? Max Payne's fucking awful, but entertaining, actually, which is crazy. Dude, Manhattan Project's fucking amazing, dude. Like, such a good film. My problem with it is that we'd end up watching it, and then that would be like all of what we do tonight. I'd like to watch it with you right now, but I'd rather watch it in a way that we'd watch the whole thing.
Now that I'm in my 50s, I have so much more confidence. Wait until you're in your 70s. You'll be fearless.
Crepe Erase Ultra is the #1 system for treating dry, crepey skin. 12 super hydrators lock in hydration for 72 hours for a difference you can see and feel.
100% of women with crepey skin saw their skin texture improve. Whether you're in your 50s, 60s, or your 70s, Crepe Erase works.
For a limited time...
Yeah, Jane Seymour, no single human being actually thinks you're still, like, 100% real. Like Jane Seymour. No single human being thinks you're actually natural at this point. Alright, let me double check this film and make sure I'm not setting myself up for scenes that just are not okay. I believe we're good. Kid and Play, awesome, right? They have different names in the film, sure. But yeah, let me just do the parents guide and double check. Lots of sexual discussion, moments of homosexual innuendo, sex scene in a car, no nudity. A woman's butt is grabbed. Okay. Little boy urinates in the street. We only see him from the back, but his mother yells at him to put that thing away. Alright, yeah, we good. I think we're good. So, let me go use the restroom. Let me make sure these pot pies are cooking. I know, that was a really hard ad watch. Fucking Jane Seymour. Okay. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Jane Seymour still looks really good for her age. She's looking for a sugar daddy, or technically just like a young, sweet thing. I'm in.
I was a genius. I mean, I am a genius. Look, I've been framed.
Uh-huh. I'm Pee Wee Herman.
No, you don't get it. You see, I was on my way to college. Double 800s, 4.0. You know, get a degree in biochemistry or applied mathematical engineering sciences. But it didn't turn out that way. I came from a good, wholesome, intellectually stimulating environment. And Blade, he's the other guy I'm going to tell you about. Well, he was from the hood. So you can see our lives have been completely opposite.
Uh-huh.
Look, let me start from the beginning. Maybe that'll help clear things up. You know, clarify things.
Duncan made Walker's potty.
While I was concerned with the finer points of etiquette, Blade was playing Yellow Streams by IP Freely.
How many times have I told you to put that thing away?
I was a veritable human sponge, soaking up the wealth of knowledge the world had to offer. Blade was becoming a smut king. I was the perfect child who learned to share. While Blade was becoming a hardened criminal. I was always looking into the future and beyond. He was looking next door. I was well on the road to the Academic Hall of Fame. Blade was well on his way to Alcatraz. It was the summer before my senior year, and we had just moved to a new neighborhood. Could you excuse us? A couple of good candidates for shanking over there in the corner. See, I was set, but one of us was still vacationing with the brothers at his favorite summer resort. Yo, be cool, Blade.
But you have to play now.
I tried to do that, but you know, it's just not happening.
Juvie Dick Riker, what a pleasant surprise. What's going on, my man? Still trying to take a bite out of crime? And by the way, when am I gonna blow this joint?
When you decide to be a good boy, Michael.
Yo, man, don't give me this Michael crap, man. You can't keep me in here, man. You shouldn't even be in here. No matter what laws I broke, man, I'm minding, I'm being oppressed. I'm a black miner being oppressed, man. How about we call the NAACP down here? How about a little Al Sharpton we call the NAACP down here?
My ears are bleeding, my ears are bleeding.
Sharpton, is that name ring a bell? How about Jesse Jackson? Shut up. Let's have a party.
Hey, let me give you a hot news flash, okay? Bearcon is not coming down here to bail out any petty car thieves, all right? And if it was up to me, you'd stay here until this guy looked good.
Yo, don't look at me like that.
But it's not up to me. And the judge is letting you out.
See, that's what I'm talking about. Raise your voice and people listen. I'm a free man. Power to the people.
Yeah. Whoa.
What?
Not so fast. The judge is letting you out pending certain conditions.
What conditions?
First, you gotta go to school. And you have to get good grades.
Come on, man. Me in school, that's like oil and vinegar. They just don't mix.
It's oil and water.
Whatever.
Look, it's very simple. You want to get out of here, you go back to school. You go back to school, you turn 18 before the end of the semester. That means you're not going to be a minor anymore. So if you don't get good grades, or if I catch you fighting, or if I catch you even hanging out with the brothers, if I catch you...
Oh my god, I forgot to end this other thing.